Yeah, it's fine, Bronlund. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I was just curious. I like figuring this stuff out, or at least thinking about it. But okay, cool. We just launched up to YouTube. So let me recap what we're working on. All right, so yesterday we did some good work prettying up the slides. We still got to do more, right? The slides are not all finished, and I think there's maybe a few slides we can add in. So yeah, let's do that. And then I also need to start scaffolding out slides for the history of GitLens, which is another talk I'll be doing. And I need to scaffold that out in a way that, like, I know what questions to ask the author of GitLens, because I still haven't interviewed him to get, like, you know, more detail. Like, I know a bit of the story, but I want to make sure that I have it accurate. So, yeah, we can work on that. I'm going to do the interview with him tomorrow, so we may end up finishing that up a bit tomorrow. But also I got time to work on it on my own. And then I really want to figure out the whole, like, remote, like, coding from my phone using open code and Tailscale, right? Like, do the vibe coding. Because I got this Mac Mini that's going to be sitting here at the house, not doing anything while I'm out and about. Like, even when I go out to Seattle JS, I could have my Mac Mini, like, toiling away on some vibe-coded game, which I think sounds kind of fun. So, yeah, I want to figure out how to do that, especially a way to, like, make it safe. Right, like maybe I could run open code as like a specific user that only has permissions to one folder. And then we're good to go. That might be the move. Right, and I think if we can set that up right, that could also be kind of a cool like YouTube video or blog post. You know, like, how do you set up remote vibe coding in a way that you can trust it, that it's not going to, like, destroy your entire file system or something? Because I still want to give it, like, full permissions to do stuff within, like, a folder context. But I don't necessarily want to give it full permissions to the entire machine. You know, especially with, like, how LLMs can be, like, poisoned via, like, prompt injection from a bad code base, like open source code base or something, right? So making sure that you're not exposing secrets in some crazy way sounds really useful to me. But yeah, we'll have to do that after we get our slides like finished for Commit Your Code conference, and also at least scaffolded for Git merge. So we'll see how it goes. But okay, cool. So let's switch over to the right scene and let's get to work. So yeah, looks like we left off on this one. And yeah, I think I want to keep like switching some of these to like 2-column layout kind of stuff. Let me double check some of it. All right, here we go. Okay, so we did that one. Strict structural typing. Yeah, so I like the idea of one of these other ones we did, where it's basically like a code snippet. Yeah, yeah, this way. I like how we're doing that. And hold on, let me scroll chat. I left that by accident. You love the Times New Roman font. You wish everyone used it for everything. It's fine. Am I using it? Is that Times New Roman? Looks like it's PT Serif. But maybe you're just saying like you like it just in general, which is fine. But yeah, the pink ND. What does the ND stand for? Or maybe it's more like the pin kind. How do I pronounce your name right? Just let me know. But yeah, what's up, Castadev? How you doing? All right, so yeah, let's fix this. Oh, because I forgot to do this. And there we go. Okay, perfect. Yep. And yeah, let's make this one a 2-column. Cascadia JS was great. Yeah, really solid event. I've got a bunch of editing I have to do, which is fine. Like, I ended up recording the lightning talks. So yes, now I gotta like sync up the audio. I haven't actually guaranteed that it all worked. So fingers crossed. And I need to check with the organizers on like when they're planning on launching the videos. But like ideally I would have my videos like, synced up and like, cut just right. They can add whatever branding and stuff they want. But yeah, I need to get those out to them so they have enough time to have it ready with the other stuff. And actually, I'm going to reach out and double check that with them. That's actually a good idea to do right now. Okay, there we go. I mean, pink, no, that shit's bullshit. No, they're fucking liars. They're gonna blame Tylenol. Total bullshit. Like, and I'd have to really see a good study about it. But we're not trying to get political here either, so. Just saying. That's at least what's going around on social media. I don't know. Next thing you know, they'll say it's radio waves. How the body regulates stress? Yeah, maybe. I'll have to see the study. You know, if it's actually like a properly peer reviewed study, then cool. But, you know, how much do we expect what's going to happen with anything they do to be like that? Oh, and hold on. And hold on, sorry, what did I miss? Okay, and yeah, that term wasn't harmful. So yeah, sorry, Bronland. Um, so right, but Bronland, like, that's like the effect, not the cause. You know, there's a big difference between understanding the mechanism and understanding what causes it to happen, right? Like the mechanism is how, not why. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that makes sense. So, yes, like, I think we've always kind of understood that it's genetic, but I think there's also the point that it's like there's different varying levels of it, and different genes could still cause the same result. Or not like the same result, but like something that we lump into the same spectrum. So it may not even be like the same gene for all people that suffer from it. Right? Like, you know, like just the level of like functioning and all that stuff. So yeah, like I still think that's just like the how it's happening, but it doesn't dig into like the cause of how that gene even gets like activated, right? And maybe it There is no like special cause. People think that like I think that's the biggest problem. People are like, "Well, back in my day, we didn't have that blah blah blah. Like, it's just this new epidemic." And no, it's we just understand it well enough that we can classify it better. Right? Like, dude, back in the 60s, JFK's sister got lobotomized because she was theoretically neurodivergent, right? But they just didn't call it that, you know? Just because we have a new word for it doesn't mean it's a new thing. And I think that's important, right? Like Pliny the Elder or whatever, right? Pliny the Younger. I think it was Younger. I can't remember which one. One of them was like, am I thinking Elder? Right? Is this the guy that like lived in a wine barrel or whatever? Like, I don't know. Like, there's been people that didn't fit within what people consider normal for millennia. So it probably wasn't radio waves back then. Right, I get that, but again, it needs to be like properly peer reviewed, and it's still not pointing out what the cause is. They're trying to say they know what the cause is, and that sounds like total bullshit to me. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be looking into it, but I'm worried about what random bullshit they're going to say. Right? They're back to trying to blame video games for people's violence and like all this stuff, which is insane. Like, we've had serial killers since way before video games existed. Let me just reply with this one response to someone real quick. Um, DJ Choppy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Anyway. Let's make this a 2-column layout. Sure. Hmm. Hold on. What is the name of blue or no? AT Proto TikTok. What's the name of it? It's like something.social. Like, what a shit article. They don't even link to the thing that he invested in. Yeah, what a shit article, TechCrunch. Okay. Anyway, yeah, let's keep making this pretty. What I think I want to do then is we're going to add a div. Okay, I want to do empty, I don't know, let's just say 20 for now. I want to put these in a div to keep their width a little lower. We'll do W. How's that look? Yeah, I think that looks okay. All right, so yeah, anyone got any feedback on the slides so far? I do kind of wish the font was a little bigger in there. I'm wondering if we could do something there to fix that. Like if we just do... Is it text LG? No. Yeah. If I wanted to do that, we'd have to like break it out. And what's up, Cat Noom? How you doing? Ah, that's right. Yeah, the Next.js Spring Boot stuff. Hell yeah. How's that going? Yeah, that looks okay to me. Slow progress on useless stuff. I mean, if you enjoy it, is it really that useless? And what up, Kenny? How you doing? What are we up to? Well, I'm working on my slides for a conference called Commit Your Code. And actually, I should create a command for that. You wouldn't happen to be, like, any of y'all wouldn't happen to be in the Texas area, would you? Because this conference that I'm speaking at has a bunch of, like, Java stuff, too. I think. Like, they got a bunch of tracks. So, yeah, there's a JavaScript, Java, Cloud, and .NET track. So, yeah, it should be cool. And, yeah, how you doing, Unplug? Exactly, yeah. Right? News to me. I know, I get it, Robertables. How's your team doing this week? I feel bad. I am destroying a Tota. And does it there, Cassadev? Oof. You're doing terribly? Well, you're not playing against the manager list team, at least, right? Backup pasties. Yeah, you got 60 points. Yeesh. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at your team. Oh, yeah, yeah. I was looking at your team. Yeah, I mean, looks to me like you're kind of in the market. And oh my god, dude, why weren't you playing Hunter Henry? Dude, Hunter Henry with 25 points? Dude. Dude. But no, I think it was smart, right? Like, you know, Juwan Johnson against Seattle. Seattle gives up a lot of points to tight ends. Like, it was a smart move. But yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, damn. Command name already exists. Oh, yeah, I guess I already had the command. Whatever. It's fine. So yeah, anyone in the Dallas area or, within driving range of Dallas, $49 for a ticket. I thought they were 25. But yeah, that's just a brain fart. $49. And it covers meals too. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's later this week, so, if you're pretty far away, that's going to be tough. But then, yeah, Robert Tables. I mean, are you in the market for a quarterback? I do have that Geno Smith. Just figured we'd workshop that one a little bit, maybe. Not sure who I'd want to trade for on your team, though. About Hutter Henry. I'm kidding. I mean, how many times is he going to go 25 points? You know? All right, so yeah, let me style this just a little bit better. What I want to do is, we got that width there. I want to maybe do like an ML 20. I'd say that looks okay. And yeah, little Bobby Tables. Yes, do not let him near any of your computers. uh, I did this backwards. What am I using for slides? I never used MDX. In the past, I used Pandoc. I used Pandoc to compile Markdown to Reveal.js. These days, I'm using Slidev, but it's still like Markdown to slides. Slidev's fantastic. The other option I would consider is Spectacle by Formidable. There was a while where it seemed a little unmaintained, but I think they've like started maintaining it more. It can be especially nice if you have like React code that you want to like sprinkle in for interactivity, because you can just have components right on in there. You know, Spectacle's cool and all. I just think the features in Slidev are massive. But if you have like React code you want to write, Spectacle's probably the move. If you're doing Vue code, Slidev might be the option. What I would actually consider is it might make sense to do like you have to pack the stuff she doesn't want to. Gotcha. But hell yeah, dude. Yeah, JLem. Yeah, what are you using to publish? We're just now talking about oh, actually we're talking about slides, but whatever. But what I was thinking about Astro, and that's where my brain went. But yeah, I think it would be really cool to make an Astro-based slide presentation tool. If anyone's looking for a project. And maybe there already is one. I just haven't looked. All right, so yeah, let's do this. We probably don't need the HTTPS. Yep. Yeah, makes sense, Jalem. Yeah, like Hashnode's a good option, but you may consider the idea of self-publishing a blog post, right? Like, do you have a domain name for your name? Might be value in that, just to like lock down the domain name, get your portfolio up on it eventually, right? And then I'm pretty sure Hashnode lets you like link to the canonical URL. Well, yeah, I mean, I still think Hashnode and HackerNoon and all those sites are worthwhile. Let me go look at this, actually. You use your own domain name for Hashnode? You can use your own domain name. Yeah, but the thing we're talking about is like instead of using your domain name on Hashnode, you can just do the Hashnode thing, let them host it. Let me try it. Right? So they got their thing, sure. Yeah, let me just test this. So if we write an article, article slug, OG image. Yes. So are you republishing? Change the canonical URL of this article to the original article. So basically, you can still get like the SEO of it, but you're also within like their ecosystem. Yeah. Like this is literally what I'm talking about. So theoretically, you already have stuff posted to Hashnode, but you could have the original article on your website. You add this as the original URL, and then you're getting the SEO power of it. But it's still like on their network. And I believe you can do the same thing for HackerNoon. Right? I believe you can do the same thing for dev.to. So I'm not saying you definitely can, but consider like some of these platforms as just like a place where sometimes people just only use these things to consume stuff, but you can still own your data, right? And I've wanted to actually create a tool to do that automatically for me. Yeah, no worries. This is for anyone, right? Right? If you're really trying to get into blogging, use some of these other tools just to like have it published and be found, but then link back to your thing. So something to check out. But yeah, I want to build one that like automatically like publishes. So I'll have to think about how I do that. Right now, my current blog is a Gatsby site. But realistically, it doesn't have to matter. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, hey, thanks for the Gigantify emote thing, Terrace. I didn't realize that's what that was. Yeah, appreciate you. I was wondering why it was big over here in my chat. Right, instead of just like big on stream. Gatsby to Astro isn't the worst conversion in the world. Yeah, I don't really want to do the conversion though, because I really like Gatsby images, like integration for like the placeholder images. right? Like how we do those circles. Let me do this. Let me throttle it. That way we can see it better. Let's do slow 4G. All right, so those placeholder images, and then like the real image like fades in after it loads. I've got some like styling issues, so it's like a little off kilter, but I don't know. I really like the fact that they're using squib under the hood. And Astro just doesn't have that yet. One of these days maybe, but they don't have it yet. All right, let me pour some more water. We're definitely not going to send it on the whiskeys like we did yesterday. And yeah, don't call me Junior. Bottled in bond water. There you go. Have some bottled in bong water. Um, all right, so here's something I want to try. So npm search performs a linear, incremental, lexically ordered search through package metadata for all files in the registry. All right, so let's try this. All right, so what can we do here? Hmm. All right, so this doesn't look through the description. Yeah. What I want to do is find any of the ones that Jeez, look at all that keyword spam. Yeah, I want to look in the actual files. Wait, I thought the Primogen and them were doing their like little hackathon thing. Are they not doing that? I thought that started today. Does it start tonight? Or did they do it earlier? Yeah, NPM search isn't that great. 5 p.m. Pacific? Oh, so in just a couple hours? Got it. That makes more sense. I haven't seen any of them. Hmm. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, there might not be a good way of doing this. Hmm. Let's see if we can get Gemini to figure something out for us. Hmm. That could work, right? So as of early 2024, 285 gigabytes. Oof. Okay. And that's the total of the unpacked files. Yeah, NPM be thick. Yeah, I'm not seeing any value in here. Hold on. Are there docs for replicate? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Tim? The CM Griffing. Yeah, what's up? It's good. Yeah, we're building a set of slides for a conference talk that I'm giving on Friday. Ooh, and yeah, what motorcycle? And what's up, Surly? Am I gonna party after? Does the Pope wear a funny hat? I guess not all the time. Do bears shit in the woods? I mean, I guess not all the time. Um, what is the thing that always happens? Does Jared Leto suck at acting? Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, that's an interesting one. Oh, there you go, unplug. That's not a bad idea. Hmm. So the flow typed directory. Well, hold on. Let me try this. Let's just try it directly from their search. So it's definitely not scientific. All right, so then how could we do a search for... Okay. Yeah, definitely not scientific. All right, search syntax tips. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Hold on. Flow types in package JSON. Is that a thing you can do? Module.js.flow. Ah. Okay. Yeah, it's not scientific, but I think it has value. So, yeah. I like those two images. I think we can incorporate those. All right, so which one's which? This one is GitHub search flow. And then this one is GitHub search yes. What's up, Mr. Situation X? How you doing? All right, so now all right, so we'll do two calls header. So yeah, type availability, and then this one is all right, so then this is the GitHub. We don't want to do that ML. Yeah, GitHub search flow, GitHub search TS. Perfect. All right, so then our search for this was just looking for a module.flow. Let's see this slide. And instead of that 20, we'll make it 30. But I have these backwards. Whoops. Yeah. This one is TS, and this one is the flow. Let me get more music going. What's up, David? What is that emote? That's a cool one. Dude, that one's dope. Yeah, what stream is that from? Coleslaw something or other? Oh, actually, if I click it, Coleslawski. Oh, that's a good one. I like it. So yeah, what's up, David? How you doing? I think the query part we can get rid of. Oh, you like the tunes? Thanks, I do too. I'm not sure I need this. Yeah, no, that looks better. Okay, cool. All right, so then the next slide, we gotta make that look pretty. So, what's the right way to make this pretty? yeah, we're going to do this as the cover layout. All right. So yeah, let's keep working on our slides here. Yep, we'll just call this one a cover layout too. Let me actually send this out to a coworker. Um, all right, there we go. Cool. So yeah, I'm reaching out to the dev, John here, making sure it's okay with him if I shout him out, as well as asking him for a photo. So we may not have that photo here until, or I'm not going to be able to transfer it between the two machines, right? I got my work machine. This is my dev machine. But what we can do is I can publish these slides up and then transfer them over to my other machine and add the photo that way. It's like, I think that'll work. Yeah, I'm doing the layout cover stuff for most of these, actually. I think these two are good, right? So yeah, we got those, we got that. One dedicated dev side project. Um, let's do this. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anyone got fun plans for the week? Was today a good Monday or a bad Monday? All right, so all right, one dedicated devs side project. What we wanted to do here is you started a new side project, Brainless? Nice. Was that the whole trying to make the language server thing do what you want? Or is that a different side project? And yeah, what we want here is text pretty, I think. Hmm. It is text pretty, it's just not doing it. Text balance? There we go. All right, so then we get to this. I think that's fine. It's basically a job scheduler to run requests to your internal services, capturing responses and some additional information. That way you can create reports later. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Ostigos, you're thinking about SQLite alternatives and Rust default snake case love. Okay. So this is pretty cool. Right? Like a full complete Wasm build of Postgres that's under 3 megabytes after gzip. Definitely makes more sense in the browser, but I think they're working on making it work locally as well. And it is just Wasm, so you can always call out to it. And then brainless. So you got it as far as to be able to pass parameters to configure a request, either on the path, header, query, or body. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of progress. That's awesome. And here's a question. How much are tickets to ReactConf? Woo! $999. Yeah. So, nope. And yeah, I don't really have anything I could give a good talk about. That's the problem I have with like React Miami too. I mean, if your company is going to pay for it, then you're good to go. I think that's the big thing. A lot of people get their companies to pay for these kind of things. Because most companies have, or not most, but a lot of companies have like a budget for like self learning or whatever, or I forget what they like call it, how they phrase it, but yeah, if you get $1,500 a year of budget towards that, conferences count. So there's a lot of value. That's why like conferences end up being so expensive. Yeah. Yep. I do not have a talk accepted. I will not be able to afford it. And that's fine. Wow, Resend sponsored a bunch of stuff. Interesting. Expo makes sense. I'm surprised about MUI. AG Grid makes sense too. Yeah, the stay is a fifth of the price. I know, right? I wish they had like the agenda or something. But oh well. I was just curious. So yeah, what are code mods? Right, so nope. Yeah, we're looking for abstract syntax tree, not aspartate transferase, transferase or whatever. Syntax tree. All right, so yeah, we'll bring this in. All right, so then back to our slides. AST example. What I want to do, though, I want to give this a BG white. And then let's see it in the page. Yeah, so hold on. 60 VW, let's just do 40 maybe? And maybe we don't even need that title. Hmm. I think that's okay. Right, so yeah, what I'll want to be doing is, as we go through this, right, I talk about code mods, what they are. We'll do this quote, sure. Right, so real quick, you may be wondering, what is a code mod? Right, and we'll talk about that stuff. This is an example of an abstract syntax tree, which is how code mods work under the hood. So we can see that there are conditions. There's the if body and else body of a condition. There's while loops. It breaks it all down into its constituent pieces. What that means is we actually have objects that we can identify, and we can manipulate those objects and how they have different children and where things go. All you need is a parser that supports it. So the code mod is most likely, and actually I don't want to say most likely, let's actually look into it. Flow TS code mod. Let's look at the code. And actually, hold on. Let's look at this. What is in our package JSON that might make it a little easier to fiddle with and manipulate? Hmm. All right, so we see TypeScript and we see Flow. TS morph is the thing that's doing the modifying. Yeah, anyway, let's do this part. God, this song's so chill. Aha. Got it. So it uses Babel, technically, to convert the files from Flow to TypeScript. That's the main code mod. And then the second code mod kicks in that uses tsmorph because it's already TypeScript at that point, but you still need to fix the errors. Sure. All right, so now what's another image we can do here? Right, like what would be a fun like GIF? Code mod perfection? Maybe like Frank Reynolds shaking his head? Dude, I'm definitely gonna have the Frank Reynolds hairline here soon, and I'm okay with it. I just got to make sure I like style it the way he does. Oh, wrong thing. All right. Save image as. Nope. .webp. Oh, and I don't need the BG white or any of that. All right, so layout cover. Nope. Man, I am like really abusing this like cover layout, but I think it's worth it. So yeah, we do layout cover here. Um, So yeah, we definitely need to round out the slides. Like we need a proper outro. Let me get more music going too. Here we go. All right, so yeah, layout cover. Let's do another one after that. That is also going to be layout cover. So yeah, third-party libraries. All right, so then if we think about it, right? What we end up doing is we want to go into this part, right? Third-party libraries, add some custom types. Planning the migration. Oh, what's up, Maldita? What? I wasn't angry at life. I was angry at you for bringing us into an X versus Y war about operating systems. And your lack of a follow kind of betrays your intentions here. Like, you still trolling? Yeah, okay, goodbye. No, thank you. Trolls are weird, man. All right, so yeah, an overly ambitious estimate. Couple days, how about a week? So then the results of it, and this is what I'm curious about. Can I do this? Let me go look at GitKraken's GitHub. This is stuff that I can't share, but we can look at it. Why am I not finding this? Am I not logged in? Oh, I'm not logged in. That would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, now I gotta do the two factor. All right, where is this thing? Oh, hold on. Did someone send me a message at work? Why is Slack telling me I have a thing? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, back to it. So, two factor auth, uh, GitHub. All right, there it is. GitKraken client. Uh, hmm. Oh, I can do a created. Okay, there we go. So the results. Yeah, here we go. So 40 minutes to 20 minutes. All right, fewer custom types. Faster dev onboarding. And then here we want to do my image. Right, so yeah, what was it? QR code? Yes, QR code. .png. And yeah, we don't want to make it 60. Let's make it, what, 30? Okay, so let's go through this. Let's just do a, man, 46 slides, too. That's a lot of slides for me. But okay, so migrating 600,000 lines of code from Flow to TypeScript. Right? They just like a quick pass. The slides look pretty good. Okay, cool. This one I think needs a little bit of work. Instead of doing it as a list, maybe I do it as 3 columns. I like that idea. Okay. Actually, I kind of like that. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what I want to do here then, let's give these some margin right at the top. MT, let's say 20. And then this one we'll do MT 40. Just to like test it. Okay, okay, okay. That's not bad. So then if I just do it like, I don't know, 30 and 60? That's not bad. Ooh, I kind of like that. Let's do a padding top on this of maybe just like a 10. Perfect. Like a glove. I can actually make this more like a PT4. And then here, right, we got this. Let's do like a 32. And make this like a 64. So then they're just slightly off. Wait, what? Yeah. All right, so I think the slides look pretty good so far. I wonder if there's a way I could style it better. And let's start thinking about some background images. All right, so this one, yeah, we at least want a good. We want a good background image for the title card. And we could probably do some good background images for the other cards too, right? For like some of the like section cards. I think that would be nice. What do we think are some good images from Unsplash that we could use? Migratory bird. How do we feel about it? What do y'all think? Got any preferences? Yeah, I like that one. We'll say BG birds. And I think I actually need it here in public. Let me double check one thing in my slide. Oh, and shit. Yeah, so never mind. Oh, here it is. Yeah, yeah. So image, self-portrait. So yeah, that's where we do the absolute path, and that's why it goes in public. So then this is then BG birds. I'm gonna guess it's a JPEG, but I don't know for sure. All right, so let's look in here. Yeah, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, so then we do that. Then what other slides, right? So history of GitKraken. Like, do we need a background image for all of these? I'm not sure we do. And hold on. What does text shadow XL actually equate to? Um, hmm. Wait, why didn't I see XL in there? It'll be fine. Whatever. All right, so I haven't actually tried to do this before. I bet it works, but we'll have to see. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Hmm. My guess is the H2 is overriding it, so I might need to make it important. Hmm. Okay, so what's the deal? Yeah, there's definitely something we could do better about styling this. I wonder why our H2 styling is not kicking in. Yeah, for some reason that blue is not showing. Hold on. Did I mess that up? I did. Okay, so hold on. I was wrong. That doesn't work. How do we... Yeah. I was like, oh, it's working there, but no, it isn't. So in SlideEv, right, theme and add-ons. Hmm. We could eject the theme. Yeah, let's do that. Where's my other presentation folder? Ah, hold on. It's this one, right? What's the name of the package? All right, so instead of PNPX, maybe it's just PNPM. There we go. All right, so now we just need to update something. And yeah, this song's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? All right, so the theme, oh, it actually modified that for us, which is cool. All right, so then in this theme folder, styles, there we go. All right, so yeah, let me grab stuff that we're doing down here. Surprised the style tag doesn't actually work. Ah, we got to start the server again. Aha, and then 0.4, let's make it 0.6. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let me see if I can find like a Figma at work. Mm. And yeah, how's everyone doing? We are rapidly approaching 5 o'clock, so I could start hopping into a whiskey. We're not going to have as many as we had yesterday. Definitely not. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say our H1 color $7900C9. Mm, so that's an option. Oh. So then this one, we could do the 1C, 1C, 1C. And what I'm thinking here is text decoration underline text decoration color, and that can be our purple maybe. Okay, and then, yeah, so we've got some inconsistencies in the slides. Let's go up to the top. And what's up, Finessery? How you doing? So yeah, about me, what is GitKraken? More than just a Git GUI. Originally Axosoft. I'll make sure I'm using like the right titles everywhere. At which point, yeah, let's go back to the CSS. I don't know if I like this opacity. We don't need to do that, I think. Okay, so that one, better developer experience. That one needs fixing. All right, yeah, how do we feel about the styling of this so far? Okay, so one thing, I want to get rid of the, like, where we have the color or cover styling. Layout, cover. Mm, yeah, we don't need that. Hmm. And what's up, Alil? I'm building, and actually, hold on. We've got a command for this. So today is what we're working on. Actually, yeah, I don't have a great command for that. Basically, I am building a slide deck for my talk that I'm going to be giving at Commit Your Code conference in Dallas. You're a software engineer university student in the UK. Nice. Yeah, we know a few people that are in the UK. It's a bit late for you, though, isn't it? It's got to be, what, like almost 1 a.m.? Yep. Okay, so hold on. All right, we can just turn dim off. That doesn't really, like, the contrast of that is really not good. I'm wondering if the shadow could help. Definitely don't want to do that. Hmm. We can get rid of that. Oh, I know what I could do. So what we can do here is BG. Something like that. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hmm. And what's up, sync function? How you doing? Yeah, the MX -10 is going to be weird. No, we definitely don't do that. Sorry. Not for a brand new viewer. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I guess making it go all the way, probably not necessary. Yeah, see, like, that's why. You're just here to spam. Not a fan of the spam, dude. That's why we don't accept links like that from brand new viewers. Because you're just driving by, you're going to go spam someone else's chat here now. It's kind of toxic. So that's a nice and easy ban. All right, so I do think instead of the 0.2, let's make it a 0.4. And then we can do like a PY, let's say 10. God, let's just bump the opacity even more. I'd say that looks better. Cool. And then, yeah, one more thing. Layout, CSS. We don't have to do this. What we can actually do is the @apply logic. And then it's text shadow XL. Maybe just dial it just slightly back. It's like a 0.5. Okay. I'm going to do this too. So in our layout file, oh, excuse me. Let's see. We'll do that color, solid, and we'll say 10px. All right, 10 is a little much. Let's call it 6, 4. Maybe. All right, 6 is kind of what that looks like too. Damn, yeah, just a little bit of color really makes the slides pop, right? That underline, killing it. Dude, this is nice. Yeah. Ooh. So these we probably don't want to border on, but almost every other one, I think so. Ooh, that's interesting. So the background color there is the same. 'Tis the reason to flow with the season? Yeah, maybe. And yeah, thanks, Jalen. Yeah, so not every image needs it. Oh, but yeah, that's actually nice. Oh, that's real nice. I like that. Ah, we want to fix that. Hold up. How do you do strike through in Markdown? Two tildes. Okay. So let's find that quote. Okay. So yeah, we're going to need that photo. Oh, and hold on. One second. Sorry, my boss just got back to me. I mean, or CTO. He's not my boss. I mean, technically he's everyone's boss, but whatever. You know what I mean. Um, okay, so definitely cutting it close. Like, they're not available until Thursday, and my talk is like Sunday or Monday. Hold on, let's look at this. Git merge. September 29th and 30th. Schedule. All right, and what day of the week is the 29th? 29th is that Monday. Okay. So yeah. It'll be tricky, but I think I got this. What we're gonna want to do then is start scaffolding out slides for that today as well. And I need to come up with good questions for him anyway. I was going to focus on doing that tonight. But we'll see. All right, so then, yeah, 29th. Hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering. Do I really want to be there for the contributor summit and unconference? My talk isn't until 4:45, which is nice. So I'll have all day to work on my slides. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay, sorry, just boss stuff. Okay. And yeah, I'm not sure. Should I make it to Jiu-Jitsu conference? That one I'm not sure about. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about it. So hold on. 29th, registration and breakfast. That happens early. Oof, that happens early. But hey, there I am. All right, so yeah. Let's just keep double checking the styling of this stuff. All right, so yeah, options, that's where we want to make sure those don't get images. Okay. Here we go. So this is actually easy. Okay, so we do need the important. Cool. Yep, that looks better. And then we had one more. Yeah, usage. We want to do the same thing there. All right, yep. I think I'm going to call this good enough. Right, like the way the code snippets don't have like a border or a different background color. I think that's okay. I think it actually looks kind of nice. And hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing? Let me do. Oh, it's already 5. I'm doing all right. Yeah, just chilling. How about you? One more thing I want to do in my layout. Slides for Magnolia Conf. Nice. Yeah. It is the season. Only conference you're doing this year? Still looking for full-time work? Yeah. I'm guessing you didn't hear anything back from GitKraken? That's what I was actually just now looking at. Stop into stream tomorrow and remind me during the day. That way I can send a message to the recruiter. I mean, I could probably do it now, but I think it's better. Yeah. I mean, yeah, let me double check. I can't remember if I actually sent her anything or not. But now I'm spacing on her name. Shit. No, that's fine. Nah, dude, we're just streaming, you know. I'm just trying to remember what her name is. Like, why am I spacing on that? If it looks like she's on right now, I'll send it. If not, it might be better to send it tomorrow. Yeah, so she's not on right now. Yeah, I'll send it tomorrow. Just like hop in and remind me. Yeah, I should have recommended before. Yeah, no worries, man. Oh, hold on. Which one was it? This. Okay, so our A tags. Why is the underline? Oh, it's a border? Oh, interesting. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. All right, so then continuing through. I'm wondering if there's like a better way I should style this. I think it's fine. Yeah. All right, so then looking at these things. Yes. Yeah, slide app's amazing. It's just so good. What do you use for your slides? But yeah, I like where we're at so far. I think we are good to go now. Yeah, no, self-promotion like that's not cool, man. as your third message in chat. Not very cool, dude. Use Keynote still. Been meaning to switch over to SlideDev, but never did. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there's just certain things in SlideDev that are really, really nice. Do they have the demo going? Yeah, like 2/ is cool, right? So like you can hover and get like type information, right? Just by like mousing over or clicking. Right? Like boom, that's really cool, right? What's another good feature? Right, like highlighting specific lines of your code. Yeah, it's not as obvious in here. Maybe that. Yeah. It's definitely a good option, but let's keep looking. Dude, Shiki magic move integration built in. Right? So, like, being able to do stuff like that, super nice. You don't always need features like that, but they're pretty cool. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, just the amount of stuff in there is really nice. And you're not going to use it on every project, but having support is huge. Like, really massively awesome. I see. Boop, boop, boop. But yeah, anyway. What I need to do now is we're going to create a repo for this and then set up GitHub pages with it. Oh, I gotcha. The deceptive pattern stuff. Makes sense. What? Why didn't that copy? There we go. Oop. Okay, and hold on. Building a route maintenance product for your better half so her work can be a lot easier. And a website for her boss's company. So you got a little bit saved for Masons. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure when I'm going to be back down at the office. Like, I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I'm just not sure when. But yes, I'm looking forward to another good lobster roll. All right, let me get more music going. This is a new album. Haven't heard this one before. Hope it's good. They're actually from Washington too, which is interesting. All right, and then I always forget how to set up my slides. Let's look at some more. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so I do need a build command. All right, so now let's double check some of this. So I'm not using GH pages. You got to run? Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good night. And yeah, see you tomorrow. All right, so we go to settings here, default branch main. Where's our pages stuff? Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so what we want to do is pnpm build. That goes out to the docs folder. All right, this stuff's way too slow. No, way too slow. Let's get something a little crunchier. Here we go. All right, so then here in settings, we go to pages, deploy from a branch. The branch is main, the folder is docs. And I'm pretty sure this could take a sec. All right, so let me know if that starts working for you. I could have some bugs, definitely some stuff that we're gonna have to fix. But I think it's whiskey time. I definitely got to use the restroom. I got plenty of water. So yeah, let's pour a beverage. BRB, give me a sec. Okie dokie. And I'm back. Who all's out there? All right, how's this doing? Hey, it blended. Nice. All right, cool. So slides are up there. Damn, we put a dent in that yesterday, didn't we? Man, Twitch is really, really like fiddling with the numbers these days, aren't they? Like viewership has been weird. But oh well. I'm actually a little curious about that. How many people here are watching more than one stream? And that's totally okay. Like no stress at all. No. I just mean like the numbers. Like only 21 people. That is pretty low. I've got a hunch it's because of people watching multiple streams and Twitch is trying to figure out where to attribute it. Yeah. So when you say limit to 2 at a time, like, oh, that count towards viewership? Yeah, that might be it. Like, I don't know. They've also been doing a bunch of, like, changes lately. And it's totally fine. Like, you know, you guys watch what you want to watch. I like streaming, so I'm going to keep being here. And I like building stuff. And I like drinking whiskey. But yeah, no, Twitch has been doing a lot to like fight the like doing a lot to fight like the botting that people do. So that's probably a big part of it too. There's been an issue with YouTube watch numbers as well. Yeah, so the YouTube watch numbers it's ad blocking. And I wonder if Twitch is doing the same thing, like if they're identifying an ad blocker and just not counting you as a viewer. But YouTube is definitely doing that. Something called restricted mode? I haven't heard about restricted mode. But okay, cool. Man. God, I am a habitual fingernail biter, but I also bite like the skin on the corners, and I bit into this one deep. Like deep enough that it would like mess with my golf swing. And like the lime juice is really like stinging, but whatever. Yeah, no, it's a terrible habit. Yeah. I've just always been a fingernail biter. And then once the fingernails are bit, like, oh, those corners, you crunch into those. Yeah. Yeah, it's a habit. I need to break it, but yeah. Whatever. So wait, you know, if you enable it on some channels, like half the video disappears. You wonder if it allows AI to choose what you see? Naughty Knitter bites nails too? Yeah. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, let's keep going. We need to scaffold out my get merge talk now. I'm probably going to do a bunch of the same, like, styling stuff. Actually, let's do a practice run. Let's do a practice run. Right, we did one the other day. We haven't done all of them. One second. Yeah, all right. Anyway, whatever. Don't need to do that. Blah, blah, blah. All right, your parents killed that habit? How'd your parents kill that habit? Did they beat it out of you? I hope not. Sorry, I shouldn't be joking about that. They somehow made your nails taste awful. Interesting. I'm curious about how they did that. Oh, there's like a thing that people put on like thumbs to prevent thumb sucking. Yeah, I can't remember if I used to suck my thumb or not. I think I did. I don't remember. So yeah, cool. Yeah, let's do a new set of slides. Let's make it happen. You and the captain make it happen. You barely remember yesterday? Sure. Yeah, that makes sense, Alex. There was actually not a yesterday. We skipped it. Yeah, everybody seems to be lower. Yeah, Twitch is really like fiddling with the numbers. But, you know. I think it's actually not in their best interest. They're going to burn out a lot of streamers. Okay, so let's make a new directory. Actually, no, we can do npm dlx. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. pnpx slide. Nope. Well, now I don't remember how I installed. Or oh, it's pnpm create. That's it. All right, so the name of this repo is going to be... Am I putting these work presentations on my personal GitHub? I am. I don't think that part matters as much. Like, I can always fork it. Or just, like, reposition it. I don't think GitKraken's terribly concerned about ownership over the slides. But that's not a bad idea. Right? If it's like purely a GitKraken focused talk. Oh, you're just asking to look at them after? Yeah, for sure. The one we were working on earlier is totally up there now. So, yep, you can check that out. So, yeah, that's on mine. But yeah, hold on. Presentation. The path to 40 million installs. The history of GitKraken's. Yeah. Like I don't do much on my personal. But yeah, I try to like white room those things. And yeah, it's not a bad idea. I might transfer them over. Just because why not? I think that's the title. Hold on. Now I got to double check. Take possession of a work presentation? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. I'll move it over to the GitKraken account. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, the path to 40 million installs, the history of GitLens. Perfect. Yeah, so we're good to go. That is our title. Install and start now. Nah. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday going? I almost called it Tuesday. Dude, I got some laundry to do. I got too much laundry to do. I'm going to have to get that started tonight and make sure I get it all done tomorrow. Only day worse than a Friday? Wait, what's wrong with Friday? You don't like Friday? Do you just not like the movie? Oh, and yes, shit, I forgot. We want to do a practice run. Let's do the practice run. Stoner. It's like he's smoking weed or something. Bit of a mess just to get everything dealt with. That makes sense. I get that. All right, so let's get a feel for timing. All right, here we go. Hey everyone, my name's GitKraken's, and today I'm going to be talking about migrating 600,000 lines of code, more than 600,000 lines of code, from Flow to TypeScript. So first, a little bit about me. I've been a software dev for around 10 years, give or take, probably a little bit more if we consider my freelancing. I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. I just became a developer advocate within the past year and a half, and I'm loving it. All I do is make content all day. It's super fun. I also talk to devs and bring that feedback to our company. Developer advocate's great. I stream programming on Twitch in the software and game dev category 5 days a week. It's definitely a good time. A lot of people treat it as like a co-working session. And I just work on my side projects and we hang out and chat. And streaming on Twitch is my second favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. I love snowboarding. If y'all are ever in an area where I'm at, I'm from Washington, and you want to go snowboarding, just let me know. I will drop anything for a powder day. So, if you want to scan that QR code, that's where all my socials are. I'll be showing it at the end of the talk as well. But yes, you can follow me on Blue Sky, Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever, right? And I even got a link to my blog on there. I don't post nearly enough. But enough about me. Let's actually dig into what is GitKraken. So what you're seeing here on the screen in that thumbnail, or in that screenshot, is GitKraken desktop. It is our GitKraken, it is our GUI for Git, and it makes Git easier to work with. I don't know if you know, but Git has 70 commands. I use a handful. I'm mainly a command line user, but when I need to start visualizing changes, this graph is basically unbeatable. And then things like Launchpad and a bunch of our other features, right? Generating commits with AI, generating pull requests, all sorts of stuff. Really nice and easy and cool to just do inside of a Git GUI instead of juggling the CLI commands, having to remember them, look them up, etc. Right? I don't remember even how to do a rebase. Well, no, I know how to rebase. I don't even remember how to do a bisect. I'd have to look up the docs every time, but GitKraken can make bisecting, or at least finding the commit to bisect to, a little easier. And just keep in mind, we're more than just a Git GUI. We also have a CLI tool, we have a web application, we have a browser extension, Git integration for Jira, and if you use VS Code, you're probably using GitLens. So any VS Code-based editor like Cursor, Windsurf, Tray, or Kiro, GitLens is supported. Pretty cool stuff, right? So yeah, give it a shot. If you're already using GitLens, let's chat about it. I got stickers. Hit me up for some stickers on the hallway track or right after this talk. And I'll hook you up. So now, a little bit of the history of GitKraken, right? This is not just a product pitch. This is actually talking about how we did a very heavy lift of migrating from Flow to TypeScript in GitKraken. GitKraken actually was not a company back when our actual company, Axosoft, was building stuff. So technically, Axosoft is the name of the company as far as taxes are concerned, but we do the doing business as GitKraken. GitKraken is our flagship, like main product now. What you're seeing on screen is GitKraken boards. This was known as Glow boards before GitKraken was even a brand or a name. And it's just basically like a Trello board. This is the only screenshot I could find. This is way before I ever worked at the company. But pretty cool. Like, the company did this stuff, made a cool product, and then, at one hackathon, internal hackathon, we decided to, someone decided to build this Electron app that made Git easier to work with. It's a pretty cool thing, actually. We've done some other internal hackathons that were pretty fun, and some of the features that we have in GitKraken Desktop were actually spun out of a similar hackathon that we just recently did. So composing commits with AI, doing interactive rebasing with AI, merge conflict resolution via AI, as is tradition, or as is common these days, a lot of AI stuff, because yes, as a company, we need to figure out how to get it because everyone asks about it. But some of the features are really nice, so I don't hate AI nearly as much. And what's up, Nick? So yes, at this internal hackathon in 2015, we had this Electron React project. And, if you're not familiar with Electron, it's just a way to do JavaScript applications as a desktop application. Now, we needed to choose a type system around 2017. You might ask, why? Why would we choose a type system? Well, there are reasons. We decided to do it for, a number of reasons that we'll go into, right? Number one, a better developer experience. You get feedback at dev time instead of runtime. JavaScript itself is very, very loosely typed. You can do type of and see string, number, etc., but you don't get anything more than that. It doesn't understand the shape of objects, etc. And that's why TypeScript and Flow and some other things were invented. And what's up, Sadistic? So yeah, better feedback at runtime or at dev time instead of runtime. You can catch errors before your users do. Something could possibly be undefined. TypeScript lets us know that very quickly, and we can just throw the question mark dot operator instead of it failing out on that does not know property of undefined. Now it just all coalesces to undefined. And that's a JavaScript thing now too, but TypeScript adopted it very early before it was even an official thing. So just being able to be shown that something could be undefined so that you can add that question mark operator, right? The safe navigation operator is really nice. It's a better developer experience. So the options that we had at the time for picking a type system to make our JavaScript code better, there was Flow, which was created by by Facebook. There was TypeScript. There was Reason. And Reason was also kind of a Facebook thing. TypeScript kind of spun out of Microsoft and Google and other companies actually working together, which is kind of cool. My first exposure to TypeScript was actually with, you are getting some spoilers for sure. My exposure to TypeScript was via Angular. Angular was the first thing I used that was TypeScript at the core without bootstrapping it on top. It was built from the ground up to be TypeScript compatible. So yes, what is Flow? Well, it was made by Facebook, like I mentioned. It was open sourced in 2014, and it's actually still used in React. They do export TypeScript types from React these days, and I'm curious about their process for doing so because they're not using TypeScript. There's most likely something you could do, or there's probably just some custom scripting that they're doing to make that output of those TypeScript types happen, right? Because they're not using them. So yeah. Right? Made by Facebook, that's a big reason why we chose Flow. Right? We're using React. Facebook uses React. Why not just use what Facebook uses? And here's a quick syntax example. So it looks a lot like TypeScript. There's some subtle differences in this code right here, but it's also got some quirks. So you see this console log inside of this if foo.bar. Normally, in TypeScript, we would just know that, okay, we're in that clause, foo.bar exists, so returning foo.bar totally works. But Flow will error out here because it doesn't necessarily know that foo.bar exists anymore because console.log could potentially have side effects. And that gets really tricky, right? Like, because Flow is a little stricter about some things, it doesn't make assumptions about what could and couldn't create a side effect. And if you're unaware, side effects are basically just things that happen that aren't necessarily like local to the function. So, functions that save to a database, or functions that make an HTTP request, or things that log to your dev tools. Those are side effects that happen, and Flow doesn't make assumptions about logging to the dev tools being safe. So instead, you have to do some very specific things to make sure that your type assertions are correct. So let's actually compare Flow to TypeScript a little bit better. So number one, Flow is, at least as far as I know, only implemented as a Babel plugin. Babel, if you're unfamiliar, is what turns our modern JavaScript into JavaScript that runs in any browser. So if something isn't baseline in all the browsers yet, you can still use Babel to use those features, so our developer experience is better because of it. And Flow is a plugin for Babel. So it's a way that transforms our Flow code into regular old JavaScript. TypeScript has its own compiler. So consider Babel as a compiler or transpiler, depending on how strict you are about the definition of those terms. TypeScript built its own compiler. And funnily enough, TypeScript's compiler is these days written in TypeScript, which is fun. But they're also porting that to Go code. And there's, when they are maintaining their own compiler, they have control over what it's written in and how they do it. Whereas Flow, you just have to write your plugin as, TypeScript code, or not TypeScript, JavaScript code. Another difference between the two is how they do type inference. So when we talk about type inference, what we're talking about is how these engines know what type is what without you having to tell it. So for some callbacks and certain properties and arguments that you're passing into functions, do you have to tell it that those are the thing? If you do an on-click handler, in general, Flow and TypeScript both can just know what that on-click event is going to have available to it, right? Because you're attaching it to a button or things like that. In other languages and frameworks, or in other frameworks, maybe that's not the case, but in general, Flow has a stronger type inference. In many cases, you won't even have to write the type of things. Flow will just figure it out. Whereas TypeScript will generally encourage you to cast things or explicitly annotate what those types are. Another interesting thing that differs between them is nominal versus structural typing. Now, in general, both of them are structural, but there's an edge case for classes with Flow. When we talk about nominal, the word nominal just means by name. So when we say structural, it's looking at the props and if the shape of that object fits. When it's nominal for a class, and only for classes, we are looking at seeing foo with a name property of string and bar with a name property of string. And we have this function that takes in a foo object and logs out foo.name. In Flow, this would actually be an error if we were to pass a bar object to say name, but TypeScript is totally fine with it because it's just looking at what the props are instead of doing it by the exact name that we're given. Another very big difference is the strict structural typing of it. So let's just say we have this user type that has an ID and a name. We pass that user type into print user, and it's going to log this string of user ID name in this nice formatted way. If we create user1 and, annotate that type as user and make an object and then print that, it's going to work just fine in TypeScript. But below, if we were to create user2 and just simply make it a generic object that has ID, name, and age, which isn't part of our user type, well, when we pass that into print user, that's going to fail because it doesn't structurally match exactly. And I believe that there are ways you can make TypeScript error out in this case, but in general, with a lot of the defaults, you're not going to get that level of structural type safety. Flow does that by default. And then, last but not least, you might have noticed this in the original snippet that I showed. There's a very just subtle difference between how optional properties on a type are annotated. With Flow, you put the question mark before the type itself. With TypeScript, you put the question mark before the colon when you are assigning that property name. And there's other differences, but these are some of the big ones that, just kind of makes it obvious that our types wouldn't necessarily work exactly the same from one to the other, and the parsing of that, right, the type safety of it and all that, it wasn't an easy migration for us because of it. So let's dig into why did we migrate, right? Like Flow is stricter and it's good. It's used by Facebook still, or Meta, or whatever you want to call them. So why did we decide to migrate? Well, and hold on, let me just double check this. If we go full screen this. Okay. So I need to fine tune the images that I have. The 60, like the styling just doesn't seem to be working right. So in this graph, and I'll just pretend the graph is working, we see that, the interest in TypeScript and Flow.js as far as Google search trends go has changed over time, and people are searching for TypeScript far more these days. Now, Google search trends are tough because TypeScript's easy to Google for, but Flow.js, is that the keyword people are searching? Maybe it's Flow.js without the space. That's just a bit tougher, right? And maybe I want to update this image. We'll check that out in a bit. Let me get another album going real quick. Sure. So yes, Google search trends, maybe not the best way of looking at popularity. So instead, let's look at the popularity of these packages on NPM. Like we mentioned, the Babel preset Flow plugin, right? Like the way that you use Flow, it's a Babel plugin, and we can see that at least when we were making our choice back in 2017, when we were making our decision, it wasn't, these things were kind of close together. It wasn't necessarily obvious that one was going to be way more popular than the other. But as time goes on, we can definitely see that TypeScript is far more popular and downloaded and used. Now, Babel preset Flow, if we're looking at it, if that first line is 20 million installs a week, it looks like Babel preset Flow is still installed maybe like 5 to 10 million times a week, like, maybe 7 million. That's just a guess. I didn't look at the exact numbers. So it's still like being used, but TypeScript is all the way up there near like 90,000 or 90 million downloads per week, which is crazy. So yes, as far as popularity goes and libraries that are using this stuff, TypeScript won. So when we actually consider the types that are available out there, right? Like if you're using a third-party package, do you want to build your own custom types? No, you want to use something that exists. So if we look at definitely typed and flow typed, we can see that, there's 8,600 plus packages supported by definitely typed, and there's only like 1,000 supported by flow typed. And this is just packages that don't have their types in like the core repo, but people use them enough that someone created them and submitted them to definitely typed and flow typed. So, right, like that's pretty interesting. When we go and look at type availability at like specific packages where they're publishing their own types instead of going through one of these central repositories, it gets way crazier. So just keep in mind, this might have been a bad way to search for this, but we can at least just kind of use this as a heuristic of, yes, when I search for types : inside of a package JSON file, we see 1.1 million results. If we do the same thing for module.js.flow, we don't. Now, one thing to recognize is that the module.js.flow file is typically something that you would generate. So this isn't necessarily like a great search to show how available types are for Flow, but it was all I could really think of to show it. But it's night and day the amount. Like, do we think it's going to be much different? Probably not. Another big reason we wanted to upgrade Flow or we wanted to migrate away from Flow, is that we were on an older Flow version, and that had some performance problems. Our devs were waiting upwards of like 30 seconds for something to be telling us that it could potentially be undefined. That's gnarly, right? And also, the old Flow version we were on, when we tried to upgrade, it broke a whole bunch of stuff. And the effort to do the upgrade seemed like it was going to be just as much effort as the TypeScript. Now, that's not necessarily true. We didn't fully go through the process. And as you're going to see, the process for migrating to TypeScript, we didn't know how much effort that was going to be ahead of time either. And we're going to get into how we did it. And then one more reason why upgrading or migrating from Flow to TypeScript, one more reason we did that is that it's easier to hire people that are already familiar with Flow or with TypeScript, right? The amount of training we have to do for those, like for new devs joining our team is much lower because most devs these days, according to those graphs, are probably familiar with TypeScript in some way. So if someone can be productive first thing right off the bat, like the first day they're working, that's a huge win. Instead of having to teach them the nuances of how Flow differs from the thing that they're used to. So now that was like the why, right? Why is cool, but how is so much more fun, right? Like how did we migrate from Flow to TypeScript? Well, number one, it was just one dedicated dev side project. One of our senior engineers, John Alden, he is the hero of this story. He had this fork or branch of the repo that was just separate, in which he had already done some things that we're going to talk about in a second to migrate the project and see how much was failing still and all that. And he had this script that would keep that updated, right? So his branch would just there was an automated process of daily merging in all the changes from our main branch into this side branch. Pretty cool stuff. This is actually another hero of our story. There is a code mod made by Stripe. And this code mod is, made by Stripe. It's archived. So you're not going to get much support for it. But that doesn't matter as much because it still works, right? Like the code mod doesn't need to change that much. And Stripe made that because they did the same thing. They were using Flow for their giant dashboard. When you go log into Stripe, that dashboard, that was all Flow until they rewrote it to Stripe. So back in 2022, they migrated Stripe's largest code base that powers the dashboard from Flow to TypeScript in a single pull request. They converted more than 3.7 million lines of code. So we are definitely standing on the shoulders of giants with our conversion. And could we have done it without Stripe putting in the effort? The answer is yes, we probably could have, but would we have? Probably not. So if you need to convert stuff, use the code mod. It's really good. Yeah, single pull request is wild. But it's not that wild because you're going to be updating build processes. You're going to be updating other things to and I know 3.7 million lines of code. Could you imagine reviewing that PR? It's a lot. But when we think about it, they kind of needed to do it in one PR because there are build processes, there are other things, and maintaining both builds in parallel actually sounds like way more work than just doing it whole hog at once. So this is a quote from one of their senior engineers, or just engineers at Stripe. "Seriously unreal. I remember a short time ago laughing at the idea of TypeScript ever landing at Stripe. And then I woke up Monday morning, probably Christmas morning, and it was here." So maybe it wasn't actually Christmas, but they just decided, hold on. Let me double check this, right? They did it on March 6th, so it wasn't actually Christmas, but it felt like Christmas when he woke up to seeing this change. It was the best present he's gotten in years, probably. So you might be wondering, real quick, what is a code mod? Well, code mods manipulate the abstract syntax tree. They actually do the same kind of thing that your parsers or your compilers do, right? The parser part of a compiler is taking our text code and turning all those things into these nodes that make up this abstract syntax tree. And here is basically what an abstract syntax tree can look like. And I need to fix this image too. But basically, right, like you have a statement sequence. There's a while and a return in it at the top level. Inside that while, there's the condition and the body. And all these things are objects that are like nested within each other and queryable using AST tools or parser tools and all that. It becomes really powerful. And a lot of the most powerful tools we use today are running off this same idea. Babel breaks things down to an abstract syntax tree. TypeScript is also doing abstract syntax tree stuff as it compiles to regular JavaScript. Abstract syntax trees are one of those like secret sauce things that once you understand them, it makes all sorts of stuff like it opens your eyes to like how tooling like this stuff gets made, which is really cool. And what's up, Schism? So flow to TS, the code mod has these commands, right? They're set up for installing like TypeScript and, adding some type declarations to your project. There's the convert command, which is the main code mod, and it uses Babel to convert files from flow to TypeScript. And then there's fix, which is going to be a second pass kind of thing that uses a tool called tsmorph to find, fix, suppress, and report TypeScript errors from the initial conversion. Now, just keep in mind, like, you're probably going to be able to convert a lot of your project, but it's not going to be 100% automatic. And this is where this fix command comes in. But you're probably still going to have to do stuff after the fix command. If you're unfamiliar with tsmorph, it's another AST-based compiler tool that is really like a lot of its functions and methods exist to make modifying code easier. There are a bunch of AST tools that are about reading and understanding what the code's made of. How's it going, Crow? But tsmorph is purely about modifying code based upon the AST changes that you want to make, which is like a really cool library. So, code mod perfection, right? We just ran it and it worked. Well, spoiler alert, like I already kind of hinted that it didn't. Yeah, nope, did not work. Whole hog the first try. It did a lot, but there was more stuff to do. Third-party libraries, right? We just looked at that graph or those like queries I made on GitHub about libraries that have flow types. Well, if you consume a third-party library that didn't have flow types, you have to make custom types for them so that you can satisfy Flow's type safety. What that means is that these custom types we wrote didn't always match one-to-one with the types provided by the libraries, right? A lot of libraries provide TypeScript types these days, as we saw, right? But what we wrote didn't one-to-one map to it. And that meant that we had to actually modify our custom types or modify the functions that consume them. And that was a lot of like manual work. And that's why we had to just like keep maintaining this branch and keep running the conversion as we change our code, because we can't just stop what we're doing in the middle of like a sprint or something, right? So planning the migration involved what we consider some tech debt sprints. And if your company doesn't have tech debt sprints, you might want to talk to someone, because if you don't address tech debt, it really starts to slow you down, right? Like tech debt is, such stuff like maybe where you have a comment in your code with a to-do that's like, this should be cleaner because it's hard to read, right? Like that's tech debt. Old package versions that you want to upgrade, that's tech debt. So we, once a year, I believe it's like September, October, November, something like that. I think it's October. No, it's November. I don't remember. It basically happens around the holidays towards the end of the year because people are going to be going on vacations anyway. So it makes it a lot harder to like fully plan a heavy set of features, right? Like if a dev goes on vacation halfway through a sprint, what happens to that feature that they were working on? So we use a lot of that time to do tech debt sprints to resolve some of these things, to make it easier for all of our devs to have a better experience while working. Now, during that tech debt sprint, our director of engineering asked, how many days, right? How long do you think it's going to take? And that really, that dev that did this, right? That dedicated dev was a little ambitious. He said a couple days. And our director of engineering basically like squinted and side-eyed him a bit and pushed back and said, how about we give you a week? So, who here is actually great at estimating? None of us, right? You got to pad those numbers for unforeseen things. I usually just double my estimate. Anyone else got a trick? We can chat about it after. So the results of this conversion, right? After a week, it worked. He did it. He nailed it. But he had to resolve all of those like custom types and all that stuff, right? We had to get it merged. We had to get the PR actually reviewed. And to review that, we actually needed to make sure that our devs were like testing the things that they're most familiar with, right? So we might have this PR and you pull it down and you run it. And even though like things compile still, how do we know that everything still like actually worked? Like we have tests, but we're not like 100% code coverage with our testing. So instead, devs had to get in and start using features. Now, most likely we created some bugs that ended up getting resolved later, but we had like most of our bugs resolved by the time that we merged this, that things worked and we could just solve our problems. So the results were faster build times. I went and looked at our GitHub actions, and around this time last year, before the migration to TypeScript, we were looking at like 40-minute builds. For 600,000 lines of code, that's not too bad. And that's all the tests that we run and all that stuff. But we were able to bring that down to about 20 minutes with a lot of our like most recent like builds. That's huge. If you're using GitHub Actions, you may only have one runner. So when your runner is running, no one else's PRs can run. That means that as you're like queuing up these PRs from all your devs, you might be waiting hours to actually have your PR ready to like merge because your build process is taking that long. Your tests are taking that long. And you got 10 PRs that people submitted today because it's the end of the sprint or it's a Friday or something, right? It's a better developer experience, right? We were looking at like 30 seconds for a potentially undefined value to like warn us via flow. Now it's basically instant. Like if it happens within 3 seconds, that's close enough. It's better than 30, right? And we have fewer custom types now because our libraries actually ship types for us. So that means that we were able to delete a bunch of code. And that's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? My favorite thing is deleting code. Writing code's fun, deleting code's better. And after that, yes, we have faster dev onboarding. We have some new devs that we brought on who have made their first commit within the first day or two of being at the company, right? They get their laptop, they start installing their stuff, and then pull down the repos, boom, right? They can actually start contributing to documentation. They can start like knocking out some simple tasks just to be productive. And that's awesome. That's just a better experience for everyone. And it saves us money if you consider the fact that time is money. So, I hope you enjoyed hearing about our migration process. It was a fun thing for me. I'm going to need to fix these images. Yeah. But I love hearing talks like this about how people have actually done something. These kind of case studies are fun, so I'm glad that I was able to give a talk that, I would like to watch as well. And I hope you all enjoyed it too. If you want to chat about the process, if you want to take some of this away and, like learn and do that at your own companies, if you're using Flow, I'm happy to chat about this in the hallway track or just chat about snowboarding or just hanging out. Let me know. And yes, I will be available with some stickers if you want to come grab some after the talk. So use that, connect with me, scan it. You can get my socials on Twitter, on Blue Sky, LinkedIn, etc. And thank you very much for having me. So then, that was 32 minutes. I definitely expanded upon some stuff too much. But, yeah, perfect. I feel like that was all right. It's going to be a strict 25 minutes, though. Axosoft.com? I don't know. Oh, I see what happened. You got to time yourself for your talk? Yeah, no worries. Whoa, where'd my mouse go? Okay, that was weird. Yeah, because they are pretty strict on time. So yeah, make sure that, you're at least under. You don't want to go over. See, I'm going to have to put in a bunch of work still fixing these, but yeah. Yeah, a little long. What I need to start doing is figuring out, like, milestones. So basically, did I get to this point by a certain time? What is my delta? Can I speed up or slow down based on that? That would be a nice plugin, actually, for, like, presenter mode or something, too. Yeah, that could be really cool. I'm going to have to think about that. But first and foremost, like, yeah, we got to fix our images. Right? Like, that one looks fine there. That one was broken. Yeah, I'm going to say, like, some of these don't matter as much. Like, that one going off screen is fine. That one, fine. Yeah, let's, yeah, we're a little premature. We're not ready to move on to the other talk yet. And yeah, I'll do, like, more practice runs for sure. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Any major feedback for the talk besides, like, the image stuff that we're about to fix right now? You were in and out. Yeah, no worries. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Axosoft.com. Let me look at that. Oh. Yeah, that does look like it. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, so it looks like they had more than just the glow boards. Interesting. Okay. Ah, that makes sense. So yeah, get tools. We just link over. Okay. Yeah, this is a better image. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, good find. I didn't even think that the website would still be there. All right, so yeah, this one and this one we want to get to 40. Nope. So yeah, and what's everyone up to today? You're taking a break from packing and setting up your personal site for your blogs. Nice. Hell yeah. I mean, you got plenty of time. Like, I don't know if it's a rush, but yeah, you just wanted a break from packing, right? Alex, you're signing up for a Vonage developer account for the workshop after the conference. Nice. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be around for the, I think I'm going to be around for the workshop. Yeah, exactly. I could always change the flight. I think it's a cheap enough flight. I actually need to book my hotel in San Fran, too. And I got to book my flight home. Wasn't sure if I was going to stick around for the second day of Git Merge. It's probably worth it. Oh, it was a great event, for sure. Yeah, hopefully there will be a bunch of good photos. Like, I always like just seeing the photos after the fact. Won't be able to make the blind ticket? Yeah, I mean, there's always giveaways too. And yeah, there's also like the no frills ticket. I forget how much were the no frills tickets. Yeah. So like no frills ticket for 3 hundo. Like that's something that you can do at any point too. So you don't need to like buy way ahead of time. No, that's fine. Yes, no frills basically means like you don't get a hoodie, you don't get any of the food, but you can still do the talks and like hang out with people. So that's fine. And depending on if I get a talk accepted next year, I can probably even get like a $50 discount for a couple people too. So it could be worth it. And the food was good, but I don't know. I don't know if the food's necessary. There's places to eat nearby. If you work for a company, right? Get your company to pay a full price ticket, but if you're paying out of your pocket, get a no frills ticket. That makes sense. So yeah, no swag, no meals, no drink tickets, but access to all the talks, the party, and the activity track. You can also maybe qualify for a $200 off indie dev discount if you meet one of these following requirements. So, 200 off if you do the blind bird, right? Could be worth it. If you can convince someone to go, you can get 50 off. I guess that's only if you do the late bird, which I think was like the full price. But yeah, I would say definitely, if it's something you like think you're definitely gonna do, right? $200 off can definitely help. And right now that would be $299, so you get like the full ticket for the price of a no frills one. And it's maybe even possible that you do the no frills ticket and maybe they give you an indie dev discount too. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, I would definitely try like later next year. Definitely worth a shot. Oh, it looks like if you do an early no frills ticket. No, this doesn't look right. Curious what the 199 was, but yeah, I don't know. Definitely something to consider. Don't necessarily lock yourself in. For students, ooh, right? Student who is not working in tech full time. You might be able to get there for $99, which could be cool. Oh, that's what the discount's for, the GeekWire 100. Got it. Okay. That makes more sense. So yeah, stuff to consider. Oh, and yeah, indie discount. I don't know. It's a great conference. Really good stuff. Really good people put it on. It's not like some of the conferences where there's like 5 tracks and you gotta like really pick and choose which talk you want to see. They did have a bit of that though, because there's the main stage and then the lightning talk stage, and I was stuck down on the lightning talk stage. Yeah, Cascadia is amazing. Wait, have you been before Code Drift? Yeah, when did you go? A while ago, but you loved it? Yeah, it's good people. Good people. Oh, and I meant to say, Code Girl actually thinks that she used to work with you. I don't have any details or anything, but yeah, Code Girl thinks that they used to work with you. I'm not sure at what company or anything, but yeah, that's kind of cool. Like small world. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was probably Code Girl. Yep. So yeah, that's awesome. All right, so let me run these slides again. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, what day of the week would work best for you? Because I'm going to be there. Like, I get in on Saturday, and I haven't decided what day I'm leaving yet. So I might leave Tuesday, I might leave Wednesday. So yeah, like meeting up either Saturday or Sunday would probably be best, but you know, I can work around it. Yeah. I'm not even going to be in town on Friday, so yeah, we'll figure out either Saturday or Sunday or whatever. You're gonna need to let me know where I should go partying. All right, if I'm gonna be in town on a Saturday night, ooh, where should I go get lit? No. It's like this weekend. So Get Merge is September 29th and 30th. I'm going to be in San Diego for TwitchCon, though. Yeah, sounds good. Do you know Melky? He's another streamer. He does like YouTube content. He's mainly like a Go dev, but you know, he does all sorts of stuff. He's actually moving down to that area. Makes sense. And yeah, like he stopped streaming for a while. I think he's just getting back into it though, which is awesome. All right, so yeah, let me do this. We're gonna maximize these and make sure the images work. That one looks fine. That one looks fine. Maybe I don't want to do the border on that one. Yeah, I don't think I want to do the border on the Axosoft image. And we could do like a 50 VDub as well. Actually, I'm going to put it back to the 60. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. All right, so then born out of a hackathon. That's another bug I noticed while I was doing it. Yep, forgot that space right there. Yep, those look good. That spacing's good. And yeah, you guys can't see the full thing. Sorry about that, but I just got to make sure my like images are sized properly so that we can like actually see them. Now, ooh, and this is something I wanted to test. We'll do it here in a sec. Yep, that one looks good. I'm going to shrink those a little. Yeah. I think like them being like jammed up next to each other was a little weird. We could do, I don't know, 25. What? Hmm. Oh, I was doing those backwards. Yeah, I wanted this one to be the 8. All right, yeah, close enough. Cool. All right, so then let's just keep going. That looks better, sure. Yeah, I'm gonna need to fine tune that photo at some point. This one. I'm okay with that one going off screen. I'm okay with that one going off screen. Yeah, that looks okay. Nope. Love that image. Yeah, I think I can spend less time talking about the tech debt sprints and some of that stuff. Yeah, I definitely spent too much time on some of these things. And then, yes, connect with me. Cool. We'll call that good. Let's double check and see if it's actually good. Oop. All right, and then, yeah, real quick, I just wanted to make sure I shout this out again, too. Yeah, if anyone here is looking for a job, check out torque.dev. They're basically like a staffing company, and they can help, like, place you at organizations. So, yeah, signing up as a dev, totally free. You know, if you're more experienced, you're going to get placed easier, but doesn't hurt to try. So yeah, I'd say give it a shot if you're looking for your next role. Cool company, cool people. They bought me steak. So, you know, just saying, not a totally unbiased opinion. They bought me steak. So I'm a fan for life. They bought me steak and whiskey. Yeah, make sure the profile is filled out accurately. And update it as you gain experience and all that stuff. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. You know, here in the US, Eastern Europe, India, Latin America, definitely worth checking out. And even if you're in like Western Europe, still try. Oh, yeah, interesting. Hell yeah, Alex. Yep, like, trying to fix the leak code problem because leak code problems suck. So yeah, I just wanted to shout him out. We know Jason Torres, who works for this company, really cool dude. He did the 100 Devs program and is now at Torque Dev doing like, I don't know if it's developer advocate type stuff, but yeah, basically very similar, right? Yeah, super cool dude. I like the company because of him. I've heard Taylor is a cool dude too. I just haven't chatted with Taylor before. Taylor's like big time. He's always got like a camera crew around him and stuff. So yeah, like just haven't had a good chance to chat with him. I ran into him kind of at Render ATL, but like just in passing. But cool dude. And then one more thing, Render ATL is going to be posting their tickets and their sales in like a week. And they're also going to be running, like, I believe, during Render ATL, an award show called The Commit, which is just awesome. The dude, Thug Debugger, Justin Samuels, who puts on Render ATL, awesome dude. Like, super humble and chill. For as, like, big time as he is, he doesn't act like it. And I really like that about people. I feel like Prime is very similar, right? Not like he puts on conferences, but Prime doesn't have, like, a huge head, right? Like, I mean, he does have a big head, but not, like, in a figurative way. Right? Like, he doesn't let the ego get to him. And I really respect that in people. And yeah, Alex, like cold brew, like beer or whatever. Yeah, I would hope that brew's cold. Like a warm beer would suck. I know, you're talking coffee. I'm just kidding. Taylor is obsessed. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, I was just joking. Funnily enough, I do cold brew tea. Or I used to. I haven't done tea for a while. Yeah. Right? You just let the tea bags soak in it. Like, no big deal. It's usually better if you do it overnight, but yeah, it's a thing. Okay, so hold on. Did I push this up yet? We did. All right, so now I just got to make sure that the GitHub... Yeah. Hard refresh. So let's actually pop it out full screen again, just to be sure. And let's make sure that the production version works just as well. Okay. Yep. Yeah, the sizing is just a little wonky. That doesn't look like a 30W to me. All right, so we still got a fix or two to make. All right, so let's keep going through. Let's just double check what other images are we going to need to fiddle with. That one still looks weird too. I'm okay with those. And that one's weird too. Yeah. All right, so why does the last one get weird? We'll just give it a better width. Yeah, and it's like we checked this. We had it full screen and it was fine, and it's like the interpolated values aren't being interpolated. So, yeah, I'm not sure that's the truth because we do see it. We see like the 40W over there. It's just weird. Um, shit. Yeah, I might want to set up some yeah, I might want to set up like a pre-push script that does a build, or a pre-commit script, actually. All right. Let's do a hard refresh. Is there a better like value I should be using instead of VW? Oh, and let me check on my fantasy team. How we doing this week, boys? All right, Zay Flowers only has 1 point right now, which is interesting, but it's only the third quarter. It could be better. Derrick Henry only has like 12 points right now, which is odd. My kicker only 3 points. I'm still a 99% lock against a Tota, though. But yeah, Baltimore against Detroit. Is Detroit's defense like nailing it? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, quick question. Has anyone here heard of Alloy? And yeah, I might need to hard code like a pixel value instead. God, like, dude, yeah, what is the deal with these images not sizing right? Oh, shit, hold on. Okay, so I could fix it with the zoom. Okay, my zoom value. The zoom value can be how I fix this. Okay, I like that. That works. That works for me. That works for me, actually. But yeah, hold on. Alloy automation. So they got an MCP server. Everyone does these days. Yeah, anyone here familiar with Alloy automation? I'd love to know more about it. Oh, they are hiring a developer advocate, eh? Be curious what the salary range is. And again, I'm not necessarily looking, but I would like to get a salary above 200K at some point. or at 200K. And for the right company, I could go lower. But, you know, I don't know. Like, I like money. But also, like, man, an extra 40K a year, that's like down payment territory. I mean, when I do go out, I spend pretty heavy. JLem knows. I buy drinks for most people. But I do save money pretty well. I've definitely got something for a down payment. It's just, I don't know. It's also like not a good time to buy a house right now. I also pay for hotels and invite friends to stay for free and hang. Yeah, for sure. Like if I'm already paying for the hotel, like why not let other people crash too? Now, the reason why not is, yes, I like to be able to poop in peace. Like I like to be able to like vomit in peace if I like overdo the drinking thing. But it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Every year there's a racing event in Texas, and you rent a big Airbnb and invite all your friends to it. Usually like a 10-room Airbnb. Dude, that's huge. Right? 10K to do it. Okay. And when you say that, like, are you expecting people to help kick in, or do you just do that out of the kindness of your heart? Either way, like, no judgment. Usually they do anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I never expect anything to be paid back, and it's usually just better if you don't worry about it. Yep. Yeah, it sounds about right. Like some people feel really guilty. I think that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you can't take the money with you. Right? None of us are getting out of this thing alive. But yeah, are they hiring? Like, what kind of role? Like, I don't care about the dev advocate thing nearly as much, but people who are looking for a job, they're a Y Combinator company. I have seen them hiring in the past. I have definitely seen that they were hiring a DevRel. I'm gonna need to like leverage the network and chat with other DevRels in the space. But yeah, I'll accept this. I'll at least chat with someone. Why not? Oh, and yeah, sorry about that. I forgot I don't have streamer mode on right now. I should just mute Discord. I can do that. We have the technology. Yeah, exactly. No. That's on. No, I usually have streamer mode on. Yep. Sending some SF places for later. Oh, like if I'm like trying to party on a Saturday night in SF, right? Like I'm not into like the club scene, but like a good dive bar that has like a good contingent of like cool people to talk to would be really nice. Especially if I can do like tech chats. That'd be really nice too. So yeah, I don't know. Here's a quick question. Code drift. Tech chat bars in SF are a bit harder, but there are great bars. Yeah. I mean, I went to a really good one that was like right near the place that like TechCrunch Disrupt was at, like just like a block or two away from there, and that was a cool bar for sure. Yeah, tech chat bars. Like I assume it's San Francisco, so it's not hard to run into other people in tech randomly, you know. So I'm not too worried about that part. But here's a quick question: Code drift. Do you know this company, Alloy Automation? You know anything about them? Are they cool? If you don't know anyone, that's fine. I'm just curious. I would assume they're based out of SF. But you know what happens when you make an assumption? You make an ass out of you and umption. Heard of, but haven't crossed paths. Makes sense. Yeah. I'll reach out to some of my other like DevRel friends. I'm gonna run into a bunch of them here at some point. Let me get another album going. One second. And it is 7 p.m. We should probably think about finishing up here soon. You assume they'd have shown up at all the AWS AI Loft events. Yeah, what is Loft? I'm not even aware. What are those? Gen AI Lofts, AWS startups. Collaborative spaces and immersive experiences for startups and devs. Oh, very cool. Ooh, LinkedIn has actually started doing the your post got X amount of impressions and drove one profile viewer, is what I just saw. That's cool, man. I feel like that's brand new. Yeah, good job, LinkedIn. That is like really actionable like feedback. I like that. Dude, that's awesome. And I missed some follows. Sorry. Sadistic Boar, Pixel Forge, and Userland 3. Welcome. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you. All right. Let me pour what I'm going to consider probably the last whiskey of the night. I don't know. I might do another later, but we'll see. For dinner, I'm going to do burgers again because I got these like brioche buns that I got to use up before they go bad. Here's something that I want to shout out in general. Brioche, like hamburger buns, last way longer than standard buns, right? It's got to be something about like the butter content or something. So if you're someone who doesn't like cook something with buns too often, but you want to use them up, get brioche. A lot higher in calories, yeah, for sure. Oh, hold on. I almost missed another line. Yeah, a lot higher in calories. You're not wrong. So then it's about really like, you know, what is your capacity for extra calories versus like wasting money? I'd rather consume extra calories than waste money. Even though I definitely have some subscriptions I need to cancel. But I definitely canceled Disney, right? Fuck Disney. They've been making Hulu worse for a while anyway, you know? You sent me a bar list, 3 nice cocktail places, a pair of dive bars that you love, and 1 tiki bar that's a bit outside the defaults. Yeah, that sounds great. Lunch and SF on Sunday? Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, no, totally works. Depending on where I go on Saturday night, I may be a bit hungover, but it's fine. Now, I definitely want a good place to like chill and hang out. Like, you know, have a drink, chat with other people. I really like that stuff. All the Sunday places can help with the hangover. Perfect. Hell yeah. Zam Zam. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Hold on 1 second. Speaking of dinner, you got to go prep the salmon. Ooh, there you go. So yeah, Zam Zam, 0 screens. I don't mind a screen, like something to just like chill on is nice, but it's a big horseshoe bar. Okay, yeah, no, it sounds cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I will definitely check it out. Okay, so yes, these slides, good to go. Man, yeah, Twitch is really messing with the numbers. I swear there's more than 22 people in here. I swear. We got 9 mods, right? Like, come on. Dude, there's definitely more. Ooh, it looks like someone else wants to book like an 11 a.m. thing. Could I meet with you at probably like noonish? Maybe like 1 for like a lunch? Just like, oh, and yeah, if you left, no worries, code drift. Yeah. I'll send you a message. No big deal. We can make it work. But yeah, I feel like there's more than 20 people here. Yeah. We'll yap on Discord. Okay. Yeah, it definitely feels like there's more than 20 people here, but whatever. Maybe not. Definitely not 20 chatters. Maybe that's what like streamers need to do these days, like somehow encourage chatters to be active. That might be the move. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Dude, yeah, even the Primogen's channel is like lower. Now, it might be just time of day, but yeah, Prime's typically like a 2K thing. And he's sitting at 1.1. So yeah, Twitch has really messed with their numbers. I think that's a mistake. No, you can't incentivize drinking in that way. Twitch would really, really not like that. All right, so let me think about this. Right, like I would say this talk is probably good to go. So now we're in this one. You know channels that use points and redeems for shots? Yeah, dude, they're like a step away from getting banned. Yeah, that is something that you're really not legally allowed to do. It constitutes self-harm. But, you know, it's one of those things that they can just skirt by until it becomes a problem. And then if they stream that much, well, yeah, that's like a, mandatory vacation. Let me get more music going. All right. So, yeah. The 100K redeem should also have a banjo option. One day you'll be able to redeem it. No, dude, I'm so terrible at banjo, I can't play it in front of people. can't play the banjo in front of people. No. One of these days. I don't play it nearly enough. Like, dude, it's probably so out of tune. Those strings are probably so oxidized. All right, let's close. Oh, hold on, wait. No, not done yet. Actually, no. We can close these tabs at least. Let me go use the restroom real quick, actually. 1 sec. BRB. God, I'm so tempted to order some takeout. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay, and I'm back. Chair stream detected. Hey, Slyborg, how you doing? Well, I guess now I gotta keep going. I was actually thinking about, like, raiding out. I was actually thinking about raiding you, actually. So yeah, what are you up to? Sorry, that was some terrible timing. I had to use the restroom. Yeah, perfect timing. Sorry for the burps. Stream was a shit show today, so you ended early. Oh, why was it a shit show? And hold on, let me read through. You were working on figuring out this Minecraft server stoofs. Help, SOS. Oh, I mean, like, are you just, like, hosting a server, like, for, like, friends to just play and jam? Keep in mind, I am somewhat biased, but server.pro makes, like, game hosting really easy. Oh, hold on. I might have to log out. 1 second. So yeah, like, they have, like, a bunch of games that you can do without having to worry about any of that stuff. Now, this, the person that runs this is one of my mods. They've given me a bunch of free credits, so I do have a bit of a bias. Then DigitalOcean decided to not work either. Yikes. Yeah, that's a bummer. So your stream wasn't working properly for hours? Like, what was wrong with the stream? And then someone asked, how goes the presentation prep? And yeah, what's up, Abu? Presentation prep is good. I think my slides are basically done for the first one. But I got another one that I got to make slides for. And I don't know if we'll do the slides today. I need to get a list of questions to ask someone else. But yeah, everything, one thing after another, right? Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. But yeah, I don't know. You may try this. And yeah, enjoy your dinner. Hold on, before you go, what's for dinner? This is a foodie stream in disguise. This is a foodie stream in disguise. I'm going to cook some burgers tonight. Lemon, chicken, and rice. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds delicious. Yeah, that sounds really good. But yeah, enjoy your food. Thank you for rating us. I appreciate that. Welcome, Raiders. Raiders, the thing we're working on today is basically I'm giving a talk at a conference called Commit Your Code. right? If you're in the Dallas area of Texas, oh man, almost misclicked there. If you're in the Dallas area of Texas, it's like a $50 ticket to go to commit your code. So I'd recommend checking it out. It's super cool. All the proceeds go to charity. This song's one of your favorite driving songs? This one's good, for sure. Or are you talking about something else? Dragon Blood? Dragon Blood's maybe what you were talking about. I don't know what that is. Yeah, all proceeds, right? Yeah, it's super cool. They do a great job. This song. Yeah, dude, this song's super good. It's called Chase. Like, were you pretending you were in a car chase? Yep, they share the financial report. Yeah, super cool. But yeah, like, Commit Your Code is a really great conference, and I'll be speaking there. Right? Like, if you just want to go virtually, 100% free, but if you go hang out, $50 for meals to be covered for 2 days, like, dude, you'd spend that just on food, which is awesome. Like, yeah. And the money goes to a good place. Am I going to slice another lime? I might slice another lime. Motorcycle Cop by Power Glove. Ooh, I definitely own a Power Glove album. Now I need to search for Power Glove because I was not aware of their newer stuff. Let me do that real quick. So yeah, everyone joining from the raid. The thing we're working on is, yes, we worked on my slides for Commit Your Code. Wait, what's the... Oh, yeah. Like, you're, like, from overseas. So you're just going to swim on over. No big deal. Like, nice and easy. No, you can do it remotely, and that's fine. But anyone that is in the Dallas area, it's a really good conference. And we could meet in person. Yeah, so many speakers, right? This right here, right? What you're seeing with the red background there, that's just the photo of all the speakers from last year. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. But it could be. You do make it to conferences in France. Yeah, way better in person, for sure. I need to get my passport. Once I do, I can start giving talks in other countries, and that would be huge and so fun. Like, that'd be so fun. I'm just slacking. I'll do it eventually. I'll totally do it eventually. I'm blowing it. I need my passport for other reasons, too. Just in case voting doesn't happen in a few years. I would get out so quick. Pain in the butt to get a passport. It is. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like, necessity. I'm not going to stick around if this shit show continues. They do 4 talks at a time. There are 4 tracks, right? And typically there's a JavaScript track, there's a Java track, there's a cloud track, and there is a .NET track. So yeah, like That's how some of these bigger conferences with a shitload of speakers actually work. There's like multiple tracks, and it's 2 days of 4 tracks. Like, dude, yeah, that goes deep. I'm surprised he gets that many speakers. And wait, hold up. I just recognized. Yeah, dude. This dude's so cool. God, is his name VJ? I forget what his name is. God, I'm really bad at that. But I met him in person at KubeCon last year. Very cool fucking dude. Very cool dude. But yeah, like a lot of cool dudes in this photo, right? These 3 up front, the coolest. No, but very cool. And then Code Girl, I may have had the whiskey in me yesterday, but were you here when I was shouting out Torque Dev? If you are looking for a new thing, it might be worth it to like just register for Torque Dev. And then they can do like the placement BS for you. Yeah, okay, so you weren't here yesterday. So yeah, check it out. Yeah, torque.dev, for sure. It's like super easy, actually. But they're like a staffing company that is super cool. Torque Dev. Torque Dev's a different thing. Always be looking. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy where I am right now, but you know what? An extra 40K a year would do me really well. I'd be really pumped on that. And pretty much no job is going to give you a 40K raise. And yes, do not Google Torque Dev. I think that's a good call. Do not Google Torque Dev. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. And another one, Code Girl, that maybe you didn't see was A.Team, which is also kind of cool. Like, they basically... I don't know about, like, the AI bullshit and whatever, but, like, basically, when someone hires a team, they're building out, like, a team within a team. So that's another one to look at, too. I just wanted to make sure I shouted out Torque Dev because they bought me a steak. And Jason Torres, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but Jason Torres works for them. And he's a super cool dude. Yeah, great guy. So I want to support basically anything he does. Aaron Francis as a keynote speaker at Commit Your Code Conf. Yeah, he's doing the 2nd day, I believe. So hopefully I can wake up early enough to make it there. But I'm a West Coaster traveling east. So, yeah, the 9 a.m. that they're starting at is basically like 7 a.m. for me. It's unlikely, very unlikely I'm going to make it to the keynote. You know? Wait, really? Do I go right after him? I don't think I do. I think I'm like I'm like an hour later, right? Yeah. Okay, kinda. Got it. Damn, no, there's 6 rooms? Okay, no, you were right. There are 6 fucking rooms. Holy shit, dude. There are 6 tracks? That's crazy. Dude, there's so many speakers. That's insane. And I don't think I go till the 2nd day, right? So yeah, 2nd day, 11:30 a.m. I can do 11:30 a.m. I am the 2nd day. Yeah, exactly. Like me, my first tech conference, or like just anyone attending, like you, Alex? In general. Yeah. Is this your first tech conference, Alex? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Oh, there you go, Julian. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that's awesome there, Alex. Yeah, that's awesome. That's good shit. So, Yeah, I'm going to try and make it to the 9 a.m. whatever. When they're saying 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., sure, I get it. We'll see if I can get there. Oh, the mini conferences. Yeah, the drive's brutal. Sure. But yeah, so God, I really should have printed a bunch of my stickers before this. That's where I'm fucking up. I need to order a next like batch of stickers and then start doing some giveaways for y'all. All right, so you can win a sticker sheet. But yeah. Let's actually like start thinking about the task at hand. I need to start thinking about the slides and the talk for the history of GitLens. My question to y'all is, right, and let's do like a notes file or outline. Right, so Eric Amodio is the creator of GitLens. Right, like the what is GitLens stuff is easy. What is GitLens? Intro. And yeah, we'll start thinking about these things. But like, I need your help. What questions should I ask the CTO of GitKraken, the creator of GitLens? Right? We're not going to be able to write slides until we have info. But I do have a talk that I'm giving at Git Merge. It needs to be 15 minutes of content. If I understand French, there's a lot of cool conferences online. Oh, creator of VLC. Oh, is he French? Oh, okay. That's awesome. Right? So, what is GitLens? Like, nah, that's not it. What was your inspiration? Right? So I need your help. I need help crafting questions that I can ask my CTO so that I can then create a talk around these things. I'm gonna be scrambling to create these slides. I'm gonna need help. So, do you all have questions about GitLens? What questions would you have me ask? So while you're all brainstorming and thinking about that, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to slice another lime. Actually, I don't need to use the restroom. I'm going to slice another lime and pour some more water, though. And yeah, like, I can't do this call until Thursday, but I need to have these questions ready ahead of time. And like, what do we think would be a good structure for these things? Right? So in the slides, we'll talk about like GitKraken basics, sure. But yeah, like GitLens. Yeah, I don't know. Let me go pour some more water, slice another lime. I don't want to overdo it on the whiskey tonight, but we can. And yeah, we got to start thinking about what the interview with Eric is going to be like so that I can start then using some of that info to build out slides. But we can actually scaffold out the structure of the talk without even having the questions too. So I need your help. Like, I really, really need help with this. Let me just do the bathroom scene. BRB, one sec.
Swing, swing.
All right, and I'm back. The Kemal, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Popo, thank you for the follow as well. You got your personal page all set up finally? Nice. What tool are you using? What tool are you using to build it? Like, what is your blog built with, I guess? Say what again? Straight up HTML and CSS? Yeah, I mean, I'd recommend using a static site generator of some kind. I would highly recommend a static site generator of some kind. You don't have to, but it'll make your life way easier. Okay, just haven't yet. Sure, no, I get it. Yeah, there's a website that's really good for finding static site generators. I don't know if it's fully up to date, but it's Static Gen. And if you wanted to use Python, totally could. I would eventually recommend checking out Astro, though, just to be sure. Because Astro is fantastic for static sites. Like, it's really good. Oh, and someone said GZ. Does that mean grats? Is that what you're getting at there, Adam? Yeah, sorry about that. Automod held your message because I don't know what GZ means. I assume it's grats, like congratulations, but what could it mean that's not good? I'm unaware there, Adam. See, 1 second. Let me allow that. Oh, expired and not posted. Damn, I thought I could allow it. I waited too long. My bad. My bad. Okay. So, yeah, let's close that. We don't need T3 at the moment. We're not going to do any Masijo stuff right now. So, nobody here has any thoughts about what questions I should ask Eric Amodio? All right, so describe your history of how you came to work at MS. So here's some other things. Like yeah, this is tough. Like the history of GitLens. Let's keep scaffolding. Like I don't need to make all the slides today, but I do need to create an outline. So yeah, what is GitLens? Right? GitLens features or inline blame. Creating GitLens, right? That's one bit. Another bit would be hired by Microsoft, acquired by GitKraken. About the author. Yes, Astro. Astro.build is the website. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Astro's amazing. If you're looking at static site generators, Hugo's not bad. I'm sure there's one for Python that's not bad. And if you really wanted to dig into others, right? Static Gen, or technically it used to be staticgen.com. This is a thing owned by Netlify now, in which you can like look up all the various like static site generators available in all sorts of languages. There's 370 in total. And, you know, if you really, really wanted to use Python, sure, there's these. Sphinx is like a big one. I definitely know people that have made documentation sites with Sphinx. But what I would get at is don't pick a static site generator based on language, because for the most part, you're not going to be touching what the static site generator does. You're just going to be making content that gets compiled in a certain way. So I would highly recommend Astro, but if you really want to look at other stuff, then, you know, I think it's fine. Damn, there are a shitload of Python static site generators. Hold on, how many are there? 55 for Python. Well, how about TypeScript? 18. Well, what about JavaScript? 138. Whoa. 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 And yeah, using GitHub Pages, I think, makes a bunch of sense. What I would get at, though, is, are you using like a custom domain name with your GitHub Pages? Because that would be like a big step. Like, make sure you have a domain name for your personal site. Lock that shit down. Okay, cool. Just double checking. So yeah, I've used a lot of these in the past. Like, of course, everyone's used Next.js. I've used Docusaurus before. I've used Nuxt a couple times. Gatsby is what my current blog is in. Astro I've used for all of the marketing sites for all of my projects lately. Hexo was actually really nice. Pretty easy. Like, the amount of like template syntaxes that they allow is really cool. Remix I've used, but not for a documentation site. And then as we start going, yes, I've used Eleventy, which isn't bad, but, you know, that one's okay. And as we start getting into here, this is interesting. So Starlight is like a documentation, like, template for Astro. I'm curious if there's like a blog template for Astro. Okay. So yeah, they'll at least like handle some of these layouts for you, right? Like a good portfolio starter would be nice. Yeah. Yeah, definitely feel free to check out some of these like starters that exist, right? Like in the themes area. So yeah, like, hold on. Free. Ain't nobody got time for a paid template. Come on, man. But yeah, check out some of these themes. Save yourself some time. Eventually, like, make sure you customize it and make it different, but yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that. I got bronchitis. Ooh, I like this one. This one's fun. This is a fun one. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one. Yeah, like starting with this and then just like customizing it a little bit. Dude, yeah, this seems nice. Like if you're just trying to get something up and running, like you use one of the templates for sure. And eventually, when you have more time, then yeah, customize it as you see fit. But I'm not saying use this template. Use whatever you want. But yeah, use some like thing that helps you get started quicker. And I would say one big thing that you should make sure, right? Like one big thing you should make sure of as you're building this out is if you're using GitHub Pages, you don't get access to, and let me double check this. I'm pretty sure you don't get access to any kind of like 301 redirect stuff. So like your URLs, really, really focus on your URLs because those are going to be something that you have to live with for a long time. And doing the 301 redirect stuff can be a little annoying. Yeah. Use a template and customize it, but just really think about like your URL structure. Oh, and this song's good. I like this song. Damn, it's already 8 p.m. Where does the time go? Pretty Folio? I have not seen Pretty Folio. Oh, this is for like, it's like a collection of portfolio like templates. Yeah, so you can use it for inspiration. Oh, that's nice. I like that idea. Nah, this is genius. Nah, very cool, Array of Hope. Thank you for sharing. I thought it was just like some random thing, but like, yeah, dude, no, this is super cool. Thank you for the share. I'm Dan. Howdy, I'm Dan. Right? Is this the one you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah. Super cool. Oh, and Coffee and Coding, was that you that asked earlier about like if I'm playing games tonight? We'll see. We'll see if I can play some games tonight. It's not guaranteed. Oh, if I was cooking on stream. Oh, someone else asked about the gaming. Yes, I'll be cooking the burger on stream, but I don't have the overhead cam right now. I plan on setting that back up again, but like, yeah, I gotta like do some other stuff to set it up better. Oh, Jalem, you were asking if I was playing anything. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to. I do have a bit of work to do, though. It's probably just a co-working stream tonight. Like, we'll probably watch some Columbo or something. Like, while I'm cooking or whatever. Like, I definitely have some work to do. Right? I need to do at least a tutorial for GitLens. For, like, the MCP server in GitLens. I have the audio recorded. I gotta do, like, screen capture stuff, though. Tomorrow morning, I need to work on the script and the audio recording for the MCP server outside of GitLens for a tutorial for that. And then I need to like work on doing screen capture for all that BS. Because yeah, just because I got conferences doesn't mean all my other work goes by the wayside. Because the company does not care nearly as much about the conferences as they do like the content's my job. Conference talks are extra. So I got to make sure I get like the shit they care about done first. Ooh, let me get another album going. Hold on. I got all this lime juice on my fingers, so give me just a sec. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it sucks that like I couldn't even connect to like the main internet from my laptop, but I was busy like all day doing the recording stuff, so I couldn't even hop on the laptop during Cascadia anyway. But I do need to be like more available while I'm at these other conferences. So, yeah. We're going to make that shit work. Ooh, yeah. JLem. Yeah, that's the tough part. Like because I'm West Coast, when I travel East Coast, waking up early sucks, but I actually like get acclimated to waking up early, which then benefits me over on like when I come back from a trip. But doing it the opposite way, like it really fucks your sleep cycle in a bad way. So yeah, like number one, when I travel to the East Coast, I can party way later, which is nice. I don't know if y'all know this, in New York, strip clubs, or at least like the strip club I've been to, stays open till 5 a.m., which is only 2 a.m. for me. So yeah, like I've closed that shit down every night when I was there a few years ago. Janhua maybe remembers some of that. I fell into my AC unit and had like a wound on my back. Like, dude, it was bad. Like, I wandered in at like 5 a.m., fell into the AC unit as I was like hopping into the bed. And like, yeah, like I had like a wound on my back because the AC unit had like a sharp edge. You know, wouldn't trade it for the world. That's an experience right there. So anyway, let's keep going. Let me play some music. We're going to listen to some of Dom Palambi's Game Night. He does like jazz covers of like game songs, which are amazing. This is the album I bought. I'll happily buy volume 2. He's got Balatro Bangers as another thing. Like, he's just awesome, right? So yeah. We're going to shout out, or hold on, we're going to do the proper shout out. I think it's Dom Palombi. And hey, what's up, Coding Butter? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Hold on, before I even do any of this, I just want to point out, I'm sorry for banning you at one point. I don't even know if you noticed, but I still want to call it out and be, like, forthright with it. I had seen that you were doing a bunch of that, like, pump.fun stuff because, like, their trolls brigaded you and, like, you went along with it. And I judged you for that because I massively judge pump.fun. I apologize for that. I shouldn't have judged you so harshly, but yeah, it was the thing that I did in the spur of the moment. And I removed it maybe like a month ago, maybe even less than that. But I just want to, like, throw that out there. Like, you're a good dude, man. I really fucking hate pump.fun. I think it is super scammy. And I took offense to it when I shouldn't have. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. I judged you too harshly. Yeah, pump.fun is super fucking scammy. But Coding Butter didn't deserve the harshness. And I don't even know if you knew that. I don't even, like, you know, maybe you just haven't even stepped in. But yeah, you didn't deserve the ban. I'd rather be forthright about that stuff. I'd rather, like, be totally transparent and honest with you about it. Yeah, no worries, man. You can disagree. If you like pump.fun still, that's fine. But yeah, I took a major offense to it because I'm not a fan of that scammy stuff. Any plans for AI integration? I mean, yes, we already have AI integration. So, but that's a good question, right? Yeah, no, I think that's a really good bit. Yeah, no worries, Coding Butter. Yeah. It was just entertaining those assholes, right? Like the pump.fun, like, brigaders. Again. And yeah, no worries, man. You're good. I'm sorry. But yeah, hold on. Shout out Dom Palombi. Channel doesn't exist. Okay, so shout out, I think it's Dom Palombi Music. There it is. Yeah. So I wanted to shout out Dom Palombi. He's the dude that made this. Like, he has a full band. It's, like, really cool, like, awesome funk covering, like, game songs, you know? And that was one. That was called Now Loading. This one here is called Airman, which is a Mega Man 2 song. That's a real fucking bassist slapping that shit. How's streams? Streams have been good, man. But yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, right? The important part we're doing, yes, we get distracted easily. Squirrel. Anyway, yeah, we are working on scaffolding some of this stuff. So yeah, what we've done and where it could go, that's like the AI stuff that you were mentioning. Right? Like, it's part of GitKraken and the future of GitLens. Right? So there's that thing. Some questions that we could ask. Right? Like, so some of these questions are obvious based upon the template that I got. What else could we do for a history of GitLens thing, right? Like, so hold on. VS Code extensions installs over time. What do you think has been the key to its success? Yeah, no. I like that coffee and coding. I really appreciate that. Yeah, dude. No, that's a good one, man. Like, as I get some answers to this stuff, it'll help fill in more of like this outline. So yeah, like the more questions I can ask Eric Amodio, our CTO at GitKraken, the creator of GitLens, the better it'll be. Right? What's his favorite feature? Yeah, I mean, some of these are going to be hard to like weave into like a history talk, but I mean, we got to try. We got to try. All right, just double checking that stuff. Um, and maybe the order of this is different, but like, well, hold on. I think this is a question. When did GitLens become a recommended plugin? Right? I think that's a big part. No. Like coffee and coding, any question you would ask him. Like, no, it doesn't have to be only something he could answer. Nah, like, dude, any questions. I'm down for any questions. I'll ask him all of them. Right? Like, I'm going to book an hour to chat with him to figure it out. Ooh, what is this song? It's called Lagging. No, it's not a live interview, not a hot mic, not in front of an audience. No, all I'm doing is I'm interviewing Eric like ahead of time so that I can like fill in content. Right? Yeah, totally. Yep. So like any questions, any thoughts you have about this are hugely valuable. All I'm going to be doing is interviewing Eric, getting like notes and tidbits that I can sprinkle into the talk because it's just like a canned 15-minute talk at GitMerge. I am going to be recording this through Riverside, but we're both going to be not in front of our shit, you know? So, like, it's going to be a bad recording. So I may eventually reach back out to him to do, like, a proper recording where we both have our good cameras and stuff. And then maybe we can make some content from it. No, that's a good one. My next one, that I think you kind of inspired in a second. Hold on, wait. You copied and pasted that from ChatGPT, didn't you? That's totally a Jippity fucking M dash. No human being types an M dash. Come on, man. That's a Jippity M dash, Mr. Sir. Shit. Alright, just saying. Come on. It's a solid question, but that's some Jippity shit, man. Don't feel bad about it. Right? You used to wish you knew how to type an M dash, and now Jippity has made the M dash verboten. And I thank Jippity for that. I love the fact that it's kind of easy to spot some Jippity bullshit because of the M dash. No, and it's still just bad writing, dude. It's still just bad writing. Oh, and Coding Butter, did you just resubscribe? Thank you. I appreciate that. You didn't shout it out, so it didn't show up in my feed, but I saw the icon show up. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait, you were subbed the whole time? Oh. For some reason, it wasn't showing up. Yeah, dude, if we scroll up, right? It just didn't show it. That's just Twitch being shitty. That's just Twitch blowing it. Yeah. So you did actually recognize that you were banned at a time. And again, I still apologize for it. You should have just done the unban request. I would have removed it way sooner. I was just reminded about it for some reason, like within the past week or two. And I was like, oh shit, I should remove that. If you just reached out, dude, I would have removed it the next day. It was in the spur of the moment thing that I did. Just because I fucking hate pump.fun. So yeah, man, you're a good dude. Thank you. Yeah, no, and I get it. I totally get it, dude. And, like, there's nothing wrong with being naive. Like, that's actually powerful, right? Like, I'm a fucking skeptic. I need to approach some things with that, like, naive, like, everything's cool perspective instead of just, like, immediately doubting, right? That's who I am at my core, and I feel bad about it. Like, in general, I'm such a skeptic that it colors my opinions in a way that it shouldn't. No, and coffee and coding. Like, dude, I'm not roasting you. I'm sorry. Like, no, that's fine, dude. Yeah. I use AI and LLMs for some, like, creative prompting to like figure out like what I should write about, I never use the shit that it spits out, but I'll pass a blog post into it to have it review the blog post, and it'll spot like typos like within context in a way that like regular spell checkers would not catch. It catches things I might be missing. Like, no, there's like value to it. I need to use the shit more too. But like, I don't want to treat it as a crutch. And that's why I'm like slacking on using it more than like as much as I should. No, and exactly, Coding Butter. Like, dude, you got like those brigades, especially if you engage them and you went along with it, you'd get like 50 to 100 people just hanging out. Like, right? Like, that's kind of huge. Right? And all those people know it's scammy, but they want to get in there and buy when it's cheap, sell when it's high, and then just rug pull the fuck out of it. Right? That's like the entire mentality. And yeah, dude, like, don't feel bad about it, man. Don't feel bad about being like naive. What I consider that being is like, no, you're a sincere, enthusiastic person. Don't feel bad about that. Never feel bad about that. Stream with 2,000 people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize it went that high. Like when they were brigading me, like it added like an extra 50 to 100 people because I'm the skeptic and I pushed back. But if I had just like went with it, dude, 2,000 people, oh my God. But yeah, no, I get it, man. Dude, do not feel bad about being a sincere, enthusiastic person. Right? You might call it naive. No, I think it's different. Yep. And there's probably some way you could have like massively profited. But I don't know. Yeah, like the ethics of it, right? The morals and ethics of it. I don't care how much money I can make. It's not for me. And you just didn't know, right? Do not ever feel bad about being an enthusiastic individual. I'm too much of a skeptic. I'm a jerk. So yeah, man. Yeah, don't feel bad about it. I'm the only one that should be apologizing. Yeah, exactly, dude. Never feel bad about that. And I'm pretty sure you were a mod at some point, right? Or were you just a VIP? And I mean just a VIP. Honestly, VIP is harder because it's limited, right? Anyone can be a mod. So yeah, let me remod you. I'm pretty sure you were a mod. And you deserve it. I'm still very apologetic about it. I'm still sorry. So Jacob, what days am I not streaming this week? I will not be streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and maybe not even Tuesday. Like, yeah, like I'm gone for a good chunk. Nah, Coding Butter. Nah, no. I'm not. I might be the biggest fucking jerk you know. I'm okay with it. I'm honest about it, at least. Yeah, exactly, Jacob over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to be gone for a while. It's conference season. Like the fall or autumn or whatever. Autumn is major conference season. I'm usually actually kind of bummed on the fact that I book so many things, but like you got to send out a bunch, and if you get like even like a 20% hit rate of acceptance to conferences, there's value in that, right? Like, you got to try. But somehow I'm at like 50%. I don't understand it. Like, I'm somehow at like a 50% hit rate for like talks being accepted. There's definitely something to like understanding what they're looking for and talking to it. There's a lot of value in that. Like, when I spoke at GitHub Universe last year, it's because they selected my talk because I knew exactly what they were looking for, and I made a talk crafted around that. Versus, you know, like our director of engineering and a couple other people crafted a talk that they submitted, but it was like too GitKraken focused and not GitHub focused. To get accepted to some conferences, you have to understand what they're looking for. And I don't know, I feel like I'm pretty good about that. No one's perfect, right? But too many people make talks about what they want to talk about instead of what the conference organizers want to hear. Yeah, make a talk around the things that they want to hear. And you can usually submit like a couple, right? Like one or two, and you're good to go. Right? Like, if you work at a company where giving talks is important, craft one for the company and craft one for yourself. Within the ones I've had accepted, it's still like a 50% hit rate of them accepting the one that I'm doing for myself instead of for the company. But you know what? Like, if you're a DevRel, dev advocate, even if you're just a human being, give talks. There is so much value in being a person that talks about things. You need a DevRel job? I mean, hold on real quick. DevRelCareers.com is one place to look. Check out Y Combinator as well, right? And, like, what time zone are you on? Are you here in the US or are you, like, EU? It's a lot harder to find an EU role, but they do exist, right? Like, dude, someone's hiring for Prisma in Albania, dude. Oh, that's right. You're Australian. Melbourne. Dude, yeah, you're on the same time zone as Robotic Head. I believe he's also in Melbourne. Dude, you should check out Robotic Head streams if you haven't. Like, yeah, Robotic Head's such a dude. Oh, you're from San Diego, but you're in Melbourne now. Oh. Have you ever watched Robotic Head streams? You haven't? Dude, you should definitely check him out. He streams on a regular basis. He's building like an issue tracking tool that's really fun. I don't remember if it's Python or PHP on the back end, but yeah, he's a really good dude. I game with him every Saturday night. So, like, you've probably seen when I'm gaming with him. Oh, you got hit with an ad. All right, one sec. I should have paused the ad. That's my fault. All right, you back yet? Do that follow. Check out Robotic Head stream. Yeah, definitely check it out, for sure. He is also based down in that area, and he's a really good dude. And, oh, Coding Butter, you don't have to do that. Thank you. Like, I appreciate it. I like money. But, yeah, Coding Butter, nah, man. You don't have to do anything. Nothing's expected of mods. Nothing's expected of anyone, really. No, we're just here to hang out. I appreciate you. Thank you. But Coffee and Coding, yes. Robotic Head is Melbourne-based as well. He has a good stream in which he does, like, this, like, issue tracking tool. It's called Near Beach, which is a solid name, for sure. But it's like fun to watch him work on it, and I forget what language he uses when he does it. I don't know if it's PHP or Python, but yeah, it's a good time. He's a good dude, and he has some awesome cats. You did it for coffee. Yeah, exactly. Now he doesn't get that pesky ad. Hell yeah. No worries, Coding Butter. Thank you. But yeah, definitely check out Robotic Head stream. Good dude. Front of the stream. If you've watched when I'm gaming on, Saturday nights, Robotic Head's the one I'm playing with. He's the one with the Australian accent. No, dude. I'm guessing what you mean is like your Prime sub? Yeah. Dude. Make sure you always use your Prime sub, though. Don't let Bezos keep that $5 or whatever, right? Do not let Jeff Bezos keep that. iReal, that's not the case. No. Nah, sorry. Even though the toilets flush the other way, the audio's still the same. It's fine. That still blows my mind, the fact that the toilets flush the other way. That's insane. I mean, maybe Discord's doing some shit. I don't see how sound waves would be inverted, though. I really don't. I can't imagine how that works that way. Like, I don't think so. Ah, okay. Just making sure, iReal. No. It's a solid joke. I don't know, man. You didn't have a kappa. You didn't even have a kappa. Coding Butter? I don't think I want to know how you know that. What's a kappa? Kappa is this. It's the Twitch way of denoting sarcasm, basically. Yeah, forgot to wash your hands. There you go. Yeah, it's like the Twitch equivalent of a /s. Exactly. It's better than like the winking smiley face. Wait, treasure train incoming? What the fuck is a treasure train? Did they like rebrand? No, it's a rare treasure train? What the fuck is a treasure train? Has anyone ever seen a treasure train before? Limited time, 35% off gifted subs at level 2 during this train. Interesting. So they're doing everything they can to, like, boost up the trains and all that shit. Okay. I think I get that. That makes sense. The hair under your belly button, that's the treasure trail. Very similar, though. So I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. The Umbra? Wait. Robert Tables, are you like dropping some knowledge on us? What the fuck is the Umbra? I've never even heard of that, dude. Wow, Derrick Henry only got 10 points this week. That's insane. What the fuck? He's a walking tank. Zay Flowers fucking sucked, and Detroit normally gives up a shitload of points. What the fuck, Zay Flowers, Mr. Sir? I mean, I still beat Atota. but not by as much as I wanted. How dare they? You're gonna go pick up a pizza, $3.50 for a large pizza. That's amazing. Okay. Damn. Detroit beat Baltimore? What? That's insane. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, 350 for a pizza. You don't even know how they're making money. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Oh wait, Coating Butter. Are you based in like the Detroit area? Yeah, yeah. Add the toppings at home. Like, yeah, you can like have pepperoni at home and just throw that shit on, man. Yeah, 350 for the pizza, $15 for the Coke. Yeah. Hmm. Nice, Coating Butter. Yeah, we know another person from like the Detroit area as well. That is and hold on. I'm gonna space on their like, dude, motherfucker. How am I spacing on their name? Developer advocate. I mean, Detroit. Krista Mars, dude. The fact that the AI nailed that. Yeah, Krista Mars is the dude. He's from that area, actually. He's awesome. Like, yeah, he's a fucking dude. So yeah, if you ever do go to some like meetup or something in Detroit, you'll probably see Chris Mars there. And he's a dude. He's really cool. Yeah, yeah, he's a dude. He's really cool. Chris Mars gamed the algo. You're not kidding. No, he did. He fucking nailed it. He's great. He currently works at Tuxcare. Yeah, no, he's a dude. He gamed the algorithm. He's that good, man. So yeah, thank y'all for the treasure train. Appreciate you. And yeah, people trying to get into DevRel, like, I don't know, right? Not sure how many like Aussie DevRel jobs there are, but if you're trying to get into DevRel, right? Here in the UK, they're hiring. I will say like 38 to 60K is kind of shit. Kind of shit. But maybe that's not bad for the UK. I'm not sure. I don't know what like software dev salaries are in the UK. I think some people are getting fucked. Damn, this actually seems kind of cool. And yeah, no, I need to get in on the shorts. Yeah, like, dude, I'm slacking on all of my YouTube game for sure. Like 100%. I'm slacking on all that. Ooh, I like their website. All right, they're hiring. Dude, this is a nice website. Oh shit. No, I know you're not shitting on. Oh, hold on. I hate it. They're doing like a smooth scroll thing. Let the OS do that shit, man. I don't care how nice your website is. Like, let the OS handle scrolling. This is a very cool fucking website. And this is some Conway's Game of Life here in the bottom. Dude, this is cool. They have a really, really nice website, dude. Yeah, I really like the website. They're looking for a founding DevRel engineer, staff Rust developer, Rust mentioned. Yeah, except the scroll jacking for sure. Scroll jacking it in San Diego. Like, yeah, for sure. But senior infra engineer, senior software engineer, member of technical staff, LLM inference. That reference to the South Park episode? Yeah, exactly. That was solid. Yeah. That was solid. I'm really proud of that. But yeah, Robert Tables and anyone else. Infrastructure like AWS focus, like, I don't know, man. I assume you're happy where you're at, but I don't know. Does 200K sound nice? Now, I assume you're paid better than that. Because you're really good at what you do. Oh, okay. Never mind. I think it depends. Like, it looks to me like it's fully remote. I'm just saying, like, senior infrastructure engineer. You'll be extending their open tofu infrastructure as code to support the following areas on AWS, including benchmarking, regression testing, blah 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 blah. Right? But anyone here that is DevOps, at least DevOps curious, could definitely be it. But they are looking for senior. The official title is member of technical staff, but, you know, the shit is the shit. And yeah, the music's killing it right now, isn't it? This is nice. Dude, the fact that they have this, right? We don't expect you to spend 80 hours per week at your desk, and we won't either. We have lives, right? That being said, it's early stage. There will be times we have to put in extra time and energy, but not all the time. That's fucking huge. Dude, this is really fucking nice. Right? Like, how many shitty startups are like, we want people who live and breathe our startup. If you're not working 60 hours a week, we don't want you. Like, run from the hills for any of that shit, right? The fact that they shout that out right there is awesome. There might be weeks where you got to put in more work, but you know what? If you're good at what you do, well, yeah, you don't have to because you're good at what you do. Yeah, this is a really good upfront. Remote first, huge. I think so. No, this is huge. This could be like a cool company, man. Damn. And it's like a flat 0.2% of this company. All right, so founding DevRel engineer actually gets a bigger cut than a lot of shit. That's kind of cool. I'm sure I know some DevRel people that might be interested in this. No, I'm not on the job hunt. Someone else mentioned that they would love to get into DevRel, and I showed them this website, right? DevRel Careers by draft.dev or whatever. And then I just randomly decided to click into a thing that, like this role is expiring. So I'm not necessarily looking for a role. I would like to make 200K at some point. Because I don't currently make 200K. But I like the company I work at, so I'm not specifically looking. But there is like the nature of just ABI, like always be interviewing, Which I kind of fuck up. But also, I really like GitKraken because of the fact that they gave me a chance. Sure, was I doing DevRel-like things before I ever got into DevRel? Absolutely. Like, I give talks at least at the time, online conferences, meetups. I write blog posts. I make video content. Like, I do a lot of, like, DevRel-adjacent things just on my own time as a content creator anyway. But it was so fucking hard to get a company to take a chance on me, right? To, like, give me that first DevRel role. I might have been perfectly qualified, but it was still giving me a chance, I had interviewed at other companies where I was still, like, perfectly qualified, but they didn't give me a chance. Exactly. I needed someone to give me that chance to get that line item on my resume. And I will forever be grateful to GitKraken. I'm giving them more time than I technically need to before I jump to another role. But yeah, no, I really like the company. I like the people. I like everything about it, Swallowed by Stripe like Sue's hitting. I mean, what content has Sue's hitting? Or, like, we remember their name. Hold on. What is their name? Shit. They were... What was the name of their stream? Like, I believe Sue's hitting is, like, doing actual dev. Like, they're not a developer advocate. No Opcat. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Like, nah, man. There's a big difference. I believe No Opcat is just working on product. They're not a developer advocate. Right? Like, and product devs, that is a tough interview. That's harder than DevRel interviews, for sure. DevRel interviews are, can you talk the game? Engineer interviews are, can you actually, like, do the game? And yeah, no, Sue's Hinton or No Opcat is really fucking good at what they do. So, yeah, no worries. But yeah, I'm just saying, I really like the company I'm at. I'm not trying to jump ship, and realistically, any role I get, I would want to make sure, right? If I interview at some other thing, just because, like, always be interviewing. It's just the name of the game. If I were to land something else, I would require that the new company give me enough time to transition GitKraken properly. Right? Like, I would want to be able to stick around long enough for them to find someone. And then I can, like, transfer and, like, train them and chat with them and, like, make sure that things are good. Right? I would require that. That is it's a deal breaker if they need me to just not give GitKraken an appropriate amount of time. That's a deal breaker to me. Because I believe connections and not burning bridges is so fucking important. It's such a small world. Do not burn bridges as a dev. There are very, very few bridges that are worth burning. Don't burn bridges. If anything, I'd love to, branch out, expand my capabilities as a DevRel, like really understand shit, and then come back to GitKraken at some point. Like, it's going to happen eventually. I'm going to want to get a higher salary and go somewhere, and then eventually maybe come back to GitKraken. Maybe not, but I am absolutely thinking that that is something I can entertain because I really like GitKraken and the people behind it. Like, the people at the company are so cool, dude. It's such a good company. It's like there are so many good people. But also, like, daddy's got to eat. And an extra $40K per year, that's a lot of eating. And, like, basically no company's going to give you a $40K raise. It doesn't happen. It really just doesn't happen. Exactly. Like, I'm not even considering a company that doesn't, like, basically start at 200K. Or, like, at least end at 200K. So yeah, these guys, 140K, fuck that shit, dude. Hell no. Sift, I don't even know what Sift does, but yeah, the fact that it's at 220 at the upper end, yeah, I would probably push for that 220. Otherwise, they don't want me enough, and fuck it. I can do something else. But yeah, my next role, I'm basically requiring like a 200K salary. If they can't meet that, it's not worth changing. Because I like the company I work at. I really do. But yeah, like, I make 165K a year, and that's solid. That's actually pretty good for a DevRel. Like, it's actually pretty damn good. Like, yeah. Dude, they're not nickel and diming me. They're not bad. Like, seriously, the salary I make is solid for a DevRel. But if I could make 200, that'd be nice. I report to marketing, not engineering. Yeah. My boss is great. Dude, like, my immediate boss, like, my boss, not my boss's boss. My boss is so fucking cool, dude. Ah, man, Jeremy is such a dude. And he's a big part of the reason why I haven't even really considered leaving yet. But if I could get 200K, that's the thing. Yeah, if I could move somewhere cheaper, then I'd be killing it. Yeah, exactly. Right? Seattle 165K is like a Midwest 100K. It's not bad. It's totally livable. But an extra 40K a year? Dude, I could afford a house. I could afford a house. I don't give a fuck what the fucking insurance or the interest rate is. I could afford a house at 200K. Director PMM? No, my boss is the director of PMM, and I'm not qualified for that shit whatsoever. So, we're good. Now, my boss knows and does things that I'd never be capable of. Like, dude, I'll never be director of PMM. Do I want to manage people? I think I could. Like, when I see, like, the work that Carter Rabasa does to manage his team, sure. I think eventually I could definitely be like a DevRel manager. I could totally do that. Am I qualified yet? No. To like be a proper manager of DevRel, you gotta know like your funnel and all that bullshit, Like, you got to understand the funnel and how you measure success in a way that I'm just not qualified for. Like, dude, I'm not that person. I'm a dude that can make content. I'm a dude that talks to devs every fucking day, and that's huge. And there's value to that, and I believe that value is 200K. But, dude, I am not director of PMM capable. Like, no. I'm not even close. I've never done any of that shit. Nah, man. Like, I know my boundaries. I know what I can and cannot do. I cannot be a proper PMM. I will say, there was a conversation I had with my boss, who's just such a dude. We're talking about a feature that GitKraken makes, and I was like, dude, we could make like a bespoke like podcast about that, talking to people. And like, it's like, yeah, like, who are our competitors? Could we talk about that and like where we sit in relation to them, and like rising tide lifts all boats? And he was like so anti that, right? So I would be a bad PMM because I would happily talk about our competitors, especially if we're like a new competitor to the space. Like, we have a thing that would compete with like a large company in like a feature we do, and I would love to just like have a chat with someone from their company, right? Like, make content around that and just simply like establish us as like a player in that field. And he did not believe in that. He's like, no, we would not hype up a competitor. Hell no. We would not give them nearly as much of a platform as you're talking about. And it's just, to me, like, dude, I fully believe in the rising tide lifts all boats. I fully believe in, yeah, you're a brand new competitor to a space. You gotta like chat with the other people, because then it puts you as like a voice in the space versus just like a new thing. If you can establish yourself as like an authority that chats with other authorities, that lifts you up to like another level. But again, my boss is better at PMM than I am. So obviously I'm fucking up. Like, I don't know, man. I fundamentally believe in rising tide lifts all boats. I fundamentally believe in, let's establish, like, with a new product, a new thing, and we're just like jumping into a space. Let's fucking establish ourselves as an expert by chatting with other experts. But I could be wrong, right? And I probably am wrong, because my boss has been doing this way longer than I have. He knows better. He really knows better. I just simply think, if you're making a new thing, having a conversation with the incumbent, with the bigger company, actually like gives you this boost, right? Like, does it boost them a little bit? Sure, but they're already way up there. Can you like bridge the gap a little bit by just being a company that even chats with them? But I could be wrong. I don't know. And who knows? Maybe that's what I use to fucking like level up eventually. Like, let's do the fucking rising tide lifts all boats approach instead of, no, we don't talk about competitors. We don't do that. In my opinion, I'm happy to hype up Git Butler. The more people that buy into using a desktop Git GUI, the more the market increases and we can grab that market share. If the market share stays static, there's only so much we can grab anyway. But if we can collectively increase the market share, dude, we all win. And there's value to that. Right? Like, I have a good heart, and I agree. You're probably right there, Aruka. The market's too small, but can we collectively grow the market together? That's just better. right? Like everybody wins if we grow the market rather than just like trying to like slice off parts of the market for ourselves. I really, truly, 100% believe in a rising tide lifting all boats. No, and I get it, Arucka. I'm not saying you're wrong. You know better than I do, too. Shit, dude. It's like I smoke weed or something. I'm bad at marketing. When you're breaking into a new market, and like the market I'm talking about is like insights. How do you measure how quickly PRs are being merged? Shit like that, right? That's the new market that we're breaking into. In my opinion, we need to be considered as one of the top 2 or 3. We're breaking in and we're number 10 or more because we're brand new. If we can jump all these other people by talking and hyping the others, that makes us jump the other 7 competitors and we're within the top 3 maybe. If we can just establish ourselves as an authority by talking to the actual authority. I think there's a massive value there. But also, like, I don't know. I don't have numbers to back this up, and I have no idea how I'd measure that. So, that's like me fucking up. But I still firmly believe in it. But again, I'm not a product marketer. I'm not a marketer. I don't fucking know. So yeah, I guarantee my boss knows more about it than I do. No. So Robert Tables, like, I get that. Like, the context I'm talking about is like a very specific niche of insights into understanding how your team uses Git and how quickly PRs are getting merged and like all that bullshit. That's like a separate thing. And maybe you were just making a comment separate from that. I was just continuing my tangent. My boss knows better, for sure. And he's such a cool dude. He is definitely part of the reason I haven't even considered leaving yet. I mean, I've considered it, but not seriously. The dude's such a dude. He's so cool. Like, everyone, dude, our CEO, our CTO, like, everyone at the company is just so cool. Yeah, maybe F source tree. Yeah, dude, fuck source tree. But you know what? We need to actually be friends with Git Butler, because Git Butler makes or has one of the biggest Git conferences worldwide. Right? Like, we need to be in those conversations. I think there's a big difference there. Right? Git Butler, in my opinion, right? Git Butler and Graphite are our biggest competitors, not SourceTree. But at some point, like, dude, we need to be in the conversation with these other things. And yes, Scott Chacon, the guy who makes Git Butler. I don't consider him and his company a proper competitor because no matter what, if people recognize the value of a Git GUI, all of us win. But again, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm naive. I believe in a rising tide lifting all boats. Like, fundamentally, like, so much. No, and I get it, but like, do other people use a desktop Git GUI, Robert Tables? I bet you've heard of GitLens in your spaces, so that was a really good acquisition, right? Yeah, it's a great product. For sure, man. Like, you don't have to shill it, though. If you don't like it, if there's things you dislike, that's fine, man. I'd rather have people be honest about the product over shilling it, you know? Like, dude. Yeah. GitKraken doesn't pay me to shill anything. GitKraken pays me to be an honest developer about this shit. If there are features that other things do better, you're not going to hear me bullshit that. And I think that's something that marketing departments and product companies do not realize, right? Like, dude, good faith conversations carry way more weight than saying that you're the best. GitLens is a VS Code plugin, yes. So if you're not using VS Code, well, yeah, you probably don't use GitLens, so it's fine. All right, hold on. We're skipping this song. Fuck that shit. Itchy ear. But we're good. We're good. Maybe. I don't know. There are people I've chatted with at conferences that were aware of GitKraken. But like meeting a real person has value. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a salesperson. I don't make sales. I'm a dude that parties. If you like partying with me, you're probably going to remember that. And you're probably going to remember GitKraken at some point. When it actually matters. I don't know. I'm probably a bad DevRel. I just like to party. I like to make content. And that's it. Meh. I think we all know at some point I'd just like to do my own business, right? Does GitKraken have Blantons? No, they do not. I do work with someone. Like, there's an employee at GitKraken, one of our PMs. Maybe he's like bigger than that, who is a big bourbon fan. We haven't had a deep bourbon conversation yet, but he's a good dude. All right, so Alan chimes in. You just want to be in control of your own time so you can work on the code you want to. Yeah, I mean, no, I absolutely want to do my own startup eventually. 100%. Is that the whiskey with lime and water? That is whiskey with lime and water. How's it going, Jonas? Is it Jonas or is it Jay Honus? But yeah, welcome. How you doing? You read it like Jonas. All right. So yeah, welcome, Jonas. Tips Fedora, Jay Honus. All right, so anyone else have any thoughts about what I should ask our CTO, the creator of GitLens, that could possibly inform part of the talk that I'm going to give on Monday? Like next Monday, not today, Monday. You got work that you got to do, but you're procrastinating like crazy today. I mean, procrastinate. Have you even actually begun to procrastinate yet? Sorry, itchy ear. I think I'm scratching my brain. Woo! All right. I'm asking y'all, like, what should I ask our CTO, the creator of GitLens? Right? And the talk is the history of GitLens. Very cringe, but I'm missing an AI-related question. I mean, this was an AI question that someone gave us. What AI-related question am I missing? Like, just remember, this needs to be a talk that the topic is the history of GitLens. So, like, where the future's going is way less relevant. And I only got 15 minutes. We do still have some slides about the future of GitLens, but it's not what I'm going to focus on. The history matters more. So, what was your inspiration? I believe that is that question. What is GitLens? GitLens is a VS Code editor. So if I go look at some other code base. Oh, hold on. Shit, I'm going to have to update. This is going to break everything, but whatever. All right, so GitLens is the thing adding this context, right? Should we still use the term blame? Again, like, I don't think that has anything to do with the history of GitLens. I appreciate it. I think it's a good question. I see it. I get the I'm kidding, for sure. It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind the jokes, and that's fine, Jonas. You're in the Vim cult. That's fine. That's fine. I get it. You think I have a good set of questions for 15 minutes? Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Shit. Shit. It's like I smoke weed or something. So, what I'm thinking, right? I do think we have a good set of questions, and I can fill in the content. Right? The more questions I ask, though, the more content I have to, like, sprinkle in. But I'm thinking tomorrow, right? We don't have to work on our slides. I can do that on a plane. Fuck it. Right? I'm not even going to be able to interview our CTO until Thursday. So I'm thinking tomorrow, the thing we're going to do is we're going to start vibe coding a video game, or at least like start setting up the infrastructure to vibe code a video game. And what that means is I'm going to want to set up Tailscale. There's also other services we could use, sure. But I'm going to want to set up Tailscale. I'm going to want to set up open code. I'm going to want to set up like other shit that, like, you know, from my phone, I could pass a context via my phone to the vibe coding bullshit to make a game. And how do we make sure that whatever we vibe code does not have permissions to fuck up my entire operating system? So yeah, like, how do we actually scope things better? How do we test that, etc.? So, oh my god, I just swallowed some air. Like, you ever swallow air and it feels like it's like caught in your throat? Yeah, I'm dealing with that right now. That sucks. Dude, I'm gonna have to like burp in a minute, but I'm dealing with like the air working its way down, and that's gonna suck. And yeah, Code Girl, how is the Primogens like thing going? You haven't used any of the vibe code mobile apps? No, what I want to do with Rucka is I want to make sure that I'm establishing this in a way where I'm just like remotely doing some stuff, right? Like, it's going, okay. Like, is it going well? Like, I don't know. Share some of that stuff. We'll probably go raid them anyway. We're probably going to go raid them anyways. Like, we'll go find out. Sure. But the big thing is, like, I don't want to use some, like, vibe coding mobile app. I want to use, like, a terminal app on my phone and trigger, like, local vibe coding. Like, I don't want to remote into some cursor bullshit. I don't want to do any of that. I want to set up my own Mac Minis stuff. So, Kitsuke? Remotes into Claude Code? Yeah, no, I don't want to use Claude Code. I'm going to be using Open Code. Yeah, I want to do remote local vibing, basically. So as I'm, like, flying on a plane or going out to bars or doing whatever, I want to have Open Code running on this machine. And I just use Tailscale or some other thing to prompt it while I'm on the fly, right? While I'm doing other shit. That is the absolute, like, thing I'm looking for. What model? I haven't even thought about the model. I don't give a shit. But I'm going to be using Tailscale to do, like, the remote connection shit. The model's probably going to be whatever, like, Open Code, like, does it. Like, I know there's, like, local models we can do. There's one by All Hands or Open Hands or whatever that I'm probably going to use, but I want to be able to switch this shit eventually anyway, so fuck it, right? My previous boss, like a boss I had when I worked at, what was the name of the company? Fairwinds. My previous boss is actually running this company, All Hands, Open Hands. I specifically connected them to Acorn when Acorn did that, like, sponsored content. Because again, rising tide lifts all boats. I want people I know to be successful. I want other people to be successful too. Shit. But yeah, I think All Hands, Open Hands, whatever, is awesome. And yes, they have contributed a coding model that you can locally host that is pretty good. That shit will change eventually, and I want to be able to change it as it changes. But I do want to do the locally hosted thing, and that I just remote into it. I know basically nothing about it, but that'll be the thing that we do tomorrow. How do I set that shit up? Because I want to be able to do it while I'm traveling. I want to be able to do it, like, from the plane or something, right? Fuck it, why not? What's up, Zen007? How you doing, Mr. Sir? But yeah, we are at 9:30 p.m. I should have ended ages ago. You tried out some offline LLM stuff. Okay. And yes, I've done a little bit. Like some offline LLM is what gave me like all this prompting. I want to add my own context to it to create like the shit for it. Yeah, it's not going to be as good as fucking Claude or whatever, right? But I don't give a shit. I'll do it. You want to run Grok on your 3060 12 gig? Like, yeah, dude. No, Elon will never allow that because he wants the money. For simple question asking, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be prompting this shit. And yeah, what model? Like, literally, like, OpenHands has an open model, right? So, yeah. Right? OpenHands, Mistral, they created a thing called Devstral. Right? So Devstral is probably what I'd be using, but I'll keep my mind open for other shit too. But yeah, like Devstral is really solid. Wait, so hold on. This song is called Monkey Target from Super Monkey Ball 2. Yeah, Robert Tables, you recognize this song? That's amazing. I don't even know. I have no idea. I got no clue. But it's a good song when played with real instruments and really funky, right? So yeah, just check this shit out. Like, dude. The best. And Dom Palambi, such a dude. Not like, I like to support people that are awesome. And Dom Palambi is awesome. So I will support whatever he does. Like this album. Like other albums that he's got. Right? The Change Machine, the official PAX 2025 theme song. Right? Balatro Bangers. Like, we can check that out too. I get it, Zen, but I don't know, man. Like, just take it easy. I'm gonna do this just because I kind of have to. And I want to see where it's at. And maybe it's just not there. But I don't know until I try. But I want to set this stuff up so I can vibe code from my phone when I'm out and about. That's it. That's the entire reason. If it sucks at what it does, well, I don't care, actually. I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit if Devstral actually sucks at it. Doesn't matter. I want to be able to test it and try it. That's all. That's it. That's totally it. So yeah, real quick though, we should go raid someone. We're at 9:30 p.m. I'm going to have to cook a burger. I'm going to cook 2 burgers. They're going to be delicious burgers. But do I have a take on the future of AI? Nah, dude. I don't give a shit. My only take on the future of AI is do not listen to the CEOs that have a vested interest in what the future of AI is. They are going to lie to you 11 times out of 10. Do not listen to some fucking AI CEO. They're going to lie to you. Beyond that, dude, nobody knows. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. But do not listen to AI CEOs. Don't listen to Sam Altman. Don't listen to the Anthropic guy. That said, like, I would love to work at Anthropic because the DevRel role as a maximum of 400K, they could be really good. But temper your expectations. That shit's important. They pay bank. Dude, Anthropic pays a shitload. And I say dude like in a gender neutral way. Like, dude. Yeah, what's up? Sorry. But yeah, like in general, like, yeah, for sure. They pay bank, but they're also kind of assholes. Right? Yeah. There's the thing. Yeah, sorry, just pointing out. There's that like quote from fucking Good Burger, or maybe it's like the skits from what is it? All That or whatever. But it's like, I'm a dude, she's a dude, they're a dude, we're all dudes. Everyone's a dude. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page there. I didn't mean anything by it, but I mean, yeah, everyone's a dude. All right, yeah. Sorry. Like, I use dude as like an interstitial. I use dude as like so or you know? Yeah. Like, honestly, you don't have to even acknowledge it. I felt like I needed to say that though. But yeah, like, I should stop saying it. It would have been better if I didn't even acknowledge it. I'm a dude. She's a dude. They're a dude. We're all dudes. The word dude is gender neutral, for sure. Mate. Yeah, dude fits like where mate fits in. Exactly. Is a dude really a pimple on a horse's neck? I thought a dude was like a breeding horse. I thought dude was actually like a horse that you were going to use to like breed other horses with. But I could be wrong. Right? Like a dude ranch. Yeah, that's where you're like doing like horse breeding. No worries. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? The word dude has transcended its original meaning. Who gives a shit? We're all dudes. Being a dude just means being fucking cool. In my opinion. Damn right, dude. Damn right, dude. I know. It's fucking wild. But whatever. We're gonna go raid someone, and we're gonna go raid the Primogen. And, like, what they're doing, because they're fucking awesome. They're a bunch of dudes, too. Dude means bro. But, like, bro doesn't necessarily mean male, right? Bro is just, like, an interstitial. It's a thing that you do. Wait, is Bash... Oh, Bash Bunny's, like, there hanging out. I was going to say, like, is Bash Bunny streaming? No. Yeah, no. We're going to go raid. We're going to go raid them. Yeah, Bash Bunny's going right now. Bash and Prime. I'm a little bummed I didn't get invited. I'm a little bummed I didn't get invited. But it's fine. Aren't we all? Yeah, we're all a little bummed we didn't get invited. That said, fuck it. Why not? So we're going to go raid Prime because he's a dude. So there we go. We came full circle with it, didn't we? Didn't we? Didn't we? Yeah, damn right, dude. All right, let's go hang out with Prime, right? Let's go see what they're doing. Right? Let's go see what the dudes are doing. In this context, Bash Bunny is totally a dude as well. And yeah, we're going to go raid with 35 viewers. Honestly, like, yeah, Prime sitting at only 800 is really low as well. Yeah, so Twitch is fucking them as well. Which sucks. But yeah, I'm going to eat some burgers, and they're going to be good burgers. I'll be over on... Oh, Good Burger, by the way. They're going to be good burgers. I'll be over on Gaming Channel, right? You know, as is tradition. Yeah, they're going to be good burgers. Not from Good Burger, but they're going to be good burgers. Right? So fuck it. So yeah, let's go hang out with Prime. Let's go chat and see what they're doing. I'll be over on Gaming Stream after this. I think I probably just need to like watch some TV shows. Right? Like Columbo or Archer. But I'm gonna cook some burgers while while we start out that stream. And dude, it's 9:40 p.m. So yeah, I might just eat burgers and sleep. But let's go say hi to Prime. I'll see you guys soon. Later. Cheers.